Hello, hello. Testing, testing. I am back. I am Ren Farnell. I work as a technical designer at UX is Fine, and we are doing the GMTK Game Maker's Toolkit Game Jam. The theme is Loop. If you haven't been here for the rest of the stream, this is the theme. This is Steven Colling's artwork on itch.io and Unreal Marketplace Unity, I assume. And the loop is to place down tiles. Place down structures on tiles, get some resources, pick a new tile. Once you finish your first island, you pick a new tile, different biome, and then loop that until you get a really cool island. And it's a little cozy game about building a small world. Hello chat, hello rewinds, welcome. Yeah, let's have a look at where we're at on the game. So we've got our little main menu. Start your game, click one of these, get your tiles. You can drag these, or you can just tap them. Whichever serves your preference. I like to tap them. This you can't tap, you have to drag those. Alright, cool, so pick some tiles. I'm just going to do this kind of rapid here. Boop, 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 boop. Let's make a new island. I need to fix all these textures, they're broken right now. But this is looking good. These are probably a little bit too big, to be honest. So this is, that's the first part of the loop, and then you click this, and we come into a new loop. Oh, we got oceans this time. So I can stick some waterfalls in here. Stick a waterfall on this one. Alright, so more oceans. I mean, oceans are literally just ocean. That is what these tiles are. They'll have a lot of boats in the final deck. So each area has a deck. And the deck is going to determine what kinds of score and, well, resources you can get. I actually rolled ocean twice in a row, which is kind of cool. Get some quarries in there. See, this should only be able to be placed on a mountain. Actually, no, I don't know. It doesn't make sense that you could put a quarry on the ocean. that I will say does not make sense there. So yeah, we got a nice little tile thing going. Got a little quarry there, little watchtower, little cave. Cool. It keeps going like this. This time we got swamp. So we can place this down, get a couple of little camps going. Go here. One of the feedbacks was we need to let you see the tiles before you pick where you're going to go. So that is, yeah, we got loads of this. Cool. I want to finish a whole loop. So let's finish a loop. Let's go in here. Okay. Put this in. Yeah, it's looking alright here. It's not looking too bad. We're getting there. We go here. This last tile, because it's the last tile and the state changes, the entire widget gets collapsed, so you don't get to see the animation. So I just need to delay a couple of things in there. And this this needs some animation. Like, there's no animation on this right now. And there's no score from literally anything right now. Like, there is no score in the game, and that's what we're going to be doing on this stream today. The last half of today. Scalebound. That's your island. You can zoom in. You can take a look around your island. Ideally, in the perfect scenario, there's little people walking around on little paths and doing little jobs. But for the games jam, we might not get there. Start new loop. Just fades that out. Brings you back to Islebound. Just start again. Just do a new one. Little cozy game. That's where we're at. That is where we are at right now. We have a little list here. Placement ripple. Placement ripple is on the list. Let's scroll to the top of the list, which is the most recent stuff. Convert tile list to canvas smooth panel. We don't need to do that. Polish the biome stat textures. We'll do that later. Too many buildings. We can fix that right now. Item. Structure. Let's have a look. So there's an init. That'll be the list. In this list here, we have an init location list. And we have this here, which is either 1 or 2 times the current ring size. So what we really want to do, I think, is just we want to have. I like that you have solved your building a level problem by delegating that to the player. Yes, yes, yes. I don't want to have to build the level. The player can build the level this time. This time around, yeah, they can do it. It's a good point. So here what we have is a little function that says the number of turns are equal to 1 or 2 multiplied by 1 or 2, which means that you can have up to 4 potential placements. I actually want it to be not that. For now, what I'm gonna, I want it to be mathematical, but like we'll just because what if you can have more rings? But in this case, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna say we're just gonna do a selector. Select based on the current ring. It's 1 or. And then the second one is 2 or 3. So now when we play, in the first ring when we click, we can place these down. We should only get 1. That did not work. And I know why. It's because 0 is never actually an option. So place these down. Yeah, we get 1 option at the beginning. We're like, okay, what do we want to place first? Like, what sort of thing are we going for? We're going for this. Then you get your second tile. Now we get 2 options, or 3, depending. Sometimes it'll be 3. The reason for that is it just looks cuter when there's less buildings all the way around. It gets a little bit busy otherwise. So here we'll have a little witch hut in the forests. Go down here. Place these down. I don't really care what the flow is right now because there's no score involved, but soon we'll have 2 castles entering this kingdom. So that feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. Let's go desert. Let's go desert. We go clockwise, so I'm going to start over here. I mean, it's desert, right? So all we can do is place deserts. And then there's some mountain deserts, great. Let's do a campfire in the desert. Let's do a little one of these, a little one of those. Haven't actually had 3 options yet. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pop this down. That looked like there was a bug there. We've had a lot of deserts this time. Oh, we only had 2. 2 in a row. That's not crazy. Little graveyard, don't come into the desert. Still only get 2 on that second one. Maybe I've done something wrong. Mountain, mountain, mountain. Say water, water, water. We'll stick a little stone in here. We've still only got 2 again. I really want to see if it goes to 3. Like, this is part of testing. We must see all examples. We must. 3 desserts. Did I get 3? I did get 3. I did get 3. We'll put a little bridge in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I haven't actually got 3 on the second set yet. So if we don't get it this time... No, we've got 2 again. Based on the current ring, random ball, 2 or 3. Why are we not getting that? Bridge on the lake. Then put this in, put this in. Oh, that was 3. That was 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, cool. All right. Too many buildings. Solved. No longer too many buildings. As usual, my streaming software is not telling me how many people are in chat, so I don't actually know how many people are watching chat. GMTK live. Ah, here we go. Now it's updating. 2 on Twitch, 1 on YouTube. Nice. Okay, now I know that I'm actually talking to someone. We can carry on. I don't like talking to no one. It's kind of lame. Polish the biome stat textures. We'll do that later. Transition auto camera panning speed is too fast. Should be soft and cozy. I think we solved that. Mycelia, if you're in chat, you played it just 10 minutes ago. Let's have a look. So here we got the zoom out. We got the zoom in. We got the click. We got. We can actually move away, and then if we pick this, it will take us back. So we can look around, but it's always going to take us back. Let's have a look at this here. Just keep your eye on the move speed of the camera when it goes to like a new tile. That movement there where it like jumps, that might be a little bit of an awkward issue. Let's go to the BP horn and make sure that our spring arm has some lag, which it does. Our spring arm does have lag. Yeah, I don't know why it jumps so harshly on that second one, but we'll leave it in for now. Right click pan, also zoom speed is too fast. Yeah, cool, we fixed that. Annoying that you can't see tiles before picking. So yeah, right now what we need to do there's a create hand function. Let's clear all of our blueprints out of our toolbar. Save all. Go to blueprints. We have somewhere in here. Is it in biome? Probably not in biome. Maybe it's in core. We have a terrain hand somewhere. Here it is. So we have this create hand function. Let's go take a look at where that's called. It's called during the terrain, yeah. It's called after you select a start ring. So let's move that, and we'll move it to our isle underscore, or our isle manager, I think we have. So in here, when we're in the select start ring, we need to create our hand. So we click this start ring. We don't have a hand. That didn't work on the first go, and it didn't work here either. But it should work here. It literally should. It literally should. Oh, I know what's going on. We're setting the visibility of the UI. So we have tiles, we have the tile list. In here we have an event graph. What we want to do here as well is we want to just delay this by 0.5, because that's the bug that we mentioned earlier. We also want this to be visible if we're on place terrain or select start ring. Let's have a look at that. So it's like, here's your tiles. You can't place them down. Can't click them. So that's good. You can only click a tile. So now you click this tile, and these are still here. So now I have to, it kind of What I might do is, if the state is now equal to place terrain, just wobble. I can't do that. Okay. We can get this, get children. Each. Passed to terrain item. And then just wobble. Play and in wobble. So here it's like, hey, you got some ocean tiles. Someone might try and do this, but that's not allowed. So at least when you click this now, we get this little wobble here. So we drop this down. You see your new tiles. So you can pick where you want to go. You can be like, oh, I've got, I don't have any mountains. And I want the best chance to get a mountain. So I'll start here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, look, we got 2 mountains together. That's what we wanted. So that's the point in having the tiles visible early. Just testing chat here. Because I don't see any... If y'all have been typing, you might need to type again. Apparently the chat was still disconnected. You're here, yeah, cool. I don't know if you spoke like in chat in the last like 2-3 minutes, because my my chat tracker is just like behind or delayed or just wasn't responding, but I see that you say I'm here, so that's good. I don't know if Mycelia responded. Mycelia's been joining me on these streams this time, so Mycelia, meet Rewinds. I think Rewinds, you were the guy that hung out with me for the entirety of the last jam. This time we're not going to stay up for 24 hours. We're going to get this done by this evening. Right, annoying that you can't see tiles. Fixed. Start menu new aisle is confusing. Yeah, it is. So we had a player come in, hit play. They looked at this and they were like, I guess I'll do this. Oh. And then they come back to the menu and they were like, guess I'll click this. And then, but they only need to do that because they watched me on stream already. So there is that. There is that. Let's fix that quickly. W_menu. So in here, we use this as our escape menu as well. But this should only be visible. So we'll get the aisle state here. As long as it's not Newtown, then the visibility of this could be true. So set visibility on this. I like to use selectors because it's cleaner than branches everywhere. Also, the title of that button is wrong. Le oop. Okay. So if we're not equal to Newtown, we're visible. Otherwise, we're collapsed. So let's put that on Open UI here. So, if I hit play, I can see it. So that worked bloody swimmingly, didn't it? I don't know why we're not opening the UI at the beginning. Cool. So we have this. I need to hide this blue fade when it's not necessary. Possibly, or at least have a blue fade on both sides, maybe, or change the color of the blue fade to match the background. We'll work on that later. So now your only option is to maybe later or click this thing, which I might need to make that tile actually glow. BP_town. Let's close down everything except the event graph. So close all other tabs. Over here on init town, We have a branch here for whether it's the capital, which is the first asset in the game. What I'm going to do is grab this little timeline here that has an actor, an up and down actor location here. Custom event, capital Bob. Just play this from the start here. We will loop this animation. Just a tick box in there. Custom animation stop capital Bob, which will have a sequence in it. Stops this animation from happening, which is just a lerp. We probably need to use some kind of animations in here. We need to set the mobility to actually do something. W button underscore loop. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, I know this isn't a tutorial here, but what the fuck is the difference between events and functions? Done this before. Custom event. Nice. Sits in graph, right? This can only exist in the event graph. It can have delays because it's in the event graph. It's part of the sort of like asynchronous event graph. You're allowed to do this. Function. Yeah, called in func. Firstly, you can't put delay in here. To go around that, you can do set timer by event, which I prefer to do anyway because it has an out handle. Functions can have returns. So this can have parameters, and this can have parameters. This can also have parameters, but it can't have a return value. Events can be replicated, multicast, run on server. RPCs in general, remote procedure calls, cannot have returns, so that's what this is. This cannot be replicated. This cannot be replicated. This one can. What else? This function can be const, which means when you override it in a child class, an extended class, you're not allowed to edit the state of anything. You're allowed to return stuff, you're allowed to do that, but you're not allowed to set anything. You're not allowed to change the state of the game through a const variable, a const function. I don't think you can do that here. You cannot make a event const. So there's just a couple more controls that you can do in a function. Also, let's think about this again a little bit more. Functions can be pure, which means now when I call this function, it's like a little node, right? What you've got to be careful is that the logic is called every single time this pin is accessed. So if you have a branch like this, and then a select with this in, like directly afterwards, let's just say it's into another branch. This has now been called twice, so that's good to know. Immutable, yeah, I've heard that term a lot. I don't really know what it means. I don't 100% know what it means. What does immutable mean in game dev? Cannot be changed after it's created, yeah, sure. Yeah, so these like mutable menus and stuff, these mutable, I see, mutatable, as a function of mutated, can it be mutated? So a mutable system, I guess, yeah, is basically everything I ever write, because I like my systems to give the designer the ability to do something creative at the end. So most of my systems are mutable. You can override a custom event in a child class. And when you do so, for example, event begin play, right? That's an event. When you do this, you can call the parent function. You can do the same in a function. You can call the parent function of this, like add call to parent. There is no parent. It's just actor. This function doesn't exist in a parent, so you can't do that. Anyway, so that's a whole bunch of the differences. When I tend to use them, I don't have a hard and fast rule. I like functions for their when I'm doing like proper work. I like to categorize all my functions. When I'm overriding them, they're nice and easy to understand and read. Obviously, I'm using RPC custom events, right? I obviously use functions when I want the features that functions have, like pure and stuff and constant stuff like that. What I tend to like to do, and you can kind of see this here, I like to put my functionality in a function and then have my events have a chain of functions. So it's like, oh yeah, the event for begin play, or the event for take damage, or the event for something happening, right? An event from a component, because you can have a component and you can have the event down here. In fact, I can show you that right now. gs_IslBound has an ISle manager, right? And in here, I have a custom event called ISle state changed. This is an event. Things can happen based on this event. Therefore, now I would have some functions run, right? And it looks nice. Like you look at the graph and you're like on tick, on begin play, on this thing's changed, on this, on that. Like that's the kind of logic I would go for. On something happening is the kind of thing I would use a event in the graph for. Set this, set that, like do function is what I would use functions for. No, it's all good. Like I don't want these videos to just be me deving and not interacting. Like I don't mind losing 10 minutes to talk. Like if I was 3 hours from the deadline, it'd be a different conversation, but we're 21 hours away from the deadline, so we have a little bit of time to talk. I was about to do something profoundly clever and inspiring, and I've completely forgotten. Luckily, I have a list of things that all say that we need to polish the game. Start menu, new isle is confusing. We fixed that. Yeah, no worries. No worries. What were we looking at last? We were looking at this. We were looking at the town. What I can do... Oh, timeline. Look at that. I've reminded myself of something. Timeline. We're down here. Capital Bob. Right. So in the main menu right now, that thing in the middle of the screen doesn't do anything. Yes, not glow, but like at least move. I think I might have said glow, but I want it to move. So here we set this to movable. Here we set it back to static. I'm going to move it, and I need to determine essentially like how far am I going to move it. So this is the function here. Just going to wait for, I think maybe a second, maybe 2 seconds to do this, because I know that the appear bob is happening, and if I grab the actor's location and set the actor location, like we're going to have problems, like it's going to be not in the right place. So for this, I'm just going to say minus 10 units, and then the actor location is this. Yeah, this is a stupid function, but whatever. This is the alpha. Desired start. And this timeline, I'm going to have another key. This is going to be value 0. This is going to be value 1. Sorry, value 1.5. Grab all of these, put them into 1 here. In the event graph in init town, here I'm going to capital Bob. And then we have a stop capital stop capital Bob. This happens when you click it. So there's a click function somewhere. I'm struggling. Event clicked here. Creates a ring, so that's cool. Init town, event graph. Here. We'll ask if it's the capital, and then we'll stop the capital Bob. Okay, play. Didn't do shit. The mobility is off. I told the mobility to be movable. Right here. Seriously? I see the problem. So now I just need to check when I click it, does it play? 2 seconds is too long. We'll just go 1.1. Okay, so it's bobbing. If I click it when it's at the bottom, I think it literally, yeah, it's still down there, man. It's still down there. That's hilarious. Let's set the actor location to the origin start location, and then make it static. Okay, so it's bobbing. It's like, yo, I'm interactable. Click. It's still too low. So I guess it's desired location that I actually wanted. Click, play, that's cool. Click when it's low. Yeah, it just goes back to the top. It's not a great feel, actually. It just suddenly bounces, which is kind of sad. I don't like that. I won't have this loop. I'll have it branch. And if the isle state is not equal to Newtown. Sorry, I guess if it is equal to Newtown, when we get to the end, then we'll call capital Bob again. Capital Bob. If it's not Newtown and we've got to the end, we're just not going to call capital Bob again. And then at the end here, after we've cancelled capital Bob, let's put this over here. So if we get to the end of this and we're not Newtown, we're not at the start of the game, then we just cancel it. We don't actually need this function. Don't need that. 1, 2, 3. It has a delay, doesn't it? That's funny. Take this away. Init town. Init, put this. Take this, this. Oops. Gonna put this in the event begin play. If it's the capital, delay by 1.1. There we go. Okay, so click tile on start game, not obvious. Fixed. Okay, now scrolling back to the bottom. All the way down. Placement ripple. So I don't want to rip. What we want to do is make the tiles are doing push-ups. Yeah, they're getting swole. Apparently, I hear is the term. One of the things that we want to do here for the resources is when you place it down and you've got a bunch of connected forests, I want all of those to wobble, right? I had an idea a long time ago that when you placed a building down, it would wobble all of those resources that are now making more money. If I place a forest next to a forest and I wobble all the forests every single time, I think that will get annoying. So what we'll do is when we add a terrain, I'll get a new function. Custom event. Wobble nearby tiles. Sphere overlap actors of the type terrain. In a 200 unit radius, I think, from my actor location. And for each of those, cast to terrain. Anim Bob. Wobble nearby tiles when we add a terrain. I've just realized I just did something that was more intuitive than what is actually the requirement of the game. So currently the requirement of the game is to tap one of these glowing tiles. Whereas I could just determine the first tile by whichever I drag this onto. That would be way better. I'm gonna write that down. Start loop by drag drop. That would be better. I've got a lot of mobility issues going on here. I think I know what the problem is. Wobble nearby tile here, and in Bob. That was don't know. Was it? It didn't capture anything. Why? Massive. Firstly, needs to wobble target terrain actor location, not from the origin of the town that this is associated to. Cool. Event graph. That's better. Get rid of that. So it should have captured these two. I'm just going to go double check BP underscore terrain. No, sorry, SM underscore hex. Pointy top. Actually has collision. It's using complex as simple right now. Let's just change that. We'll use project default. Show simple collision, add auto convex, interesting. Sphere overlap. Components. Components static, mesh, static mesh component. Sphere here for each. That may or may not have worked, but we'll see. Get owner. Didn't work. Plane mesh component. It's only getting overlapped components on self. No, it's not even doing that. It's only getting the overlap components of the one tile. One plane should have them no material right now. One hex, pointy top. Strange. Strange. I'm guessing sphere overlap components only works. I was going to say it only works on self, but I think it might only be getting this guy. But there's only a hex on here. But it says there was a plane. Yeah, so it was the it was the plane of the floor and that tile. Yeah, so I know what's going on. We'll use this sphere overlap actors. We'll do it at 100. We'll do this. Get rid of these. What's happened is I've updated the hex of this town and not of the tiles. So this tile has no collision. This static mesh is block all regular. It doesn't generate overlap events right now. That might be necessary. Nope, apparently it's fine. What I need to do is change this to 100 units, not 4,100 units. These are all happening at the same time, so they need a little bit of a delay. So I'll stick this index in. Did nothing. Apparently. Okay. Placement report. Let's get rid of the print. Yeah, 401,000 is a big sphere, and it just makes the whole world. And also the frame rate would also go. Oh. So one interesting thing is happening right now. As I place this stuff, if I do it really fast, you start getting actors that are actually changing height, and I'm wondering if I'm able to break the game basically in terms of the height of all the tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What? I got 8 options that time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've never had 8 options before. So weird. Doesn't seem to break the game, and it gives the world like some 3D. If it becomes a problem, I'll fix it. You can see the world underneath sometimes. All that means is like extending the height of the origin tile. That one went below the ground. I'd managed to, if you click it fast enough, you can get them really low to the ground. Yeah, now we've got loads of tiles in here. Something's messed up in the hand thing. Yeah, so the anim bob is breaking the tiles. It looks kind of cool though. Like it looks cool with the different heights, but what I need to do is initial location. Init town. Move this out of the way. This is the initial location. That we just need as data that we can keep for the entire game. Down here, when we play the appear animation, we want to drop it down. Whoops. Drop it down. So this goes underwater. Later we're going to play some particle effects, hopefully, and a splush sound. Splush. Just a nice, soft splush. If I can't find one, I'm going to acapella it into the game. Then we already know the initial location. So we can just call this Bob location. We don't actually need to move it just yet, because the animation is going to do that for us anyway. Put this here, underwater. So we go from the initial location to the Bob location. I think this is like a sine wave. So it goes like flunk and then comes back up to where it was. This same initial location we're going to use down here. This. We don't need this start location function. And we have this Bob location here that just makes it a little bit lower instead of all the way. We'll get rid of start location. Just save everything. That's the town. I need to do the same thing for the terrain. Don't know why these aren't. Like, essentially, maybe town should have been extended from terrain, but the faster you click them, it almost double spawns the tiles, like it's not registering. Yeah, exactly. Desired location, start location. We're going to call this one initial location, and we're going to call this one Bob location. Initial location, we'll set start actor location here. Save that. that's the start. That's the initial location that we want to always go back to later. We've got this bob location, which is here. We don't need to move it because the animation will handle it. We don't need to overwrite the initial location because that's already been sorted. We go from the initial to the bob, and as long as we're not doing any other animations, which we are over here. So here we're going to say that's the initial location. Don't do that. That's the bob location. Do this bob. Cool. And then we don't do that ever again. Sweet. Play. So now that should... Damn, son. That's pretty low. Why is it doing that? 10. Active location minus 10. Why? What's the curve doing here? I wonder if the active location... So it should be here, and then minus 10, which is to here. So it should literally be doing this on that initial town. Got the capital bob here. Oh, actually, I should just use the initial location. Should use the initial location on all those animations, because that ensures that it's always relative. He bouncing. He was bouncing. Bouncing less now. He was bobbing up and out of the water. It would be pretty funny if my particle systems were based on it actually going under the water. It plays this initial animation. This is the appear animation. Why is it going all the way underground? What? This guy is no longer at his initial location. He ends at 0 here. And yeah, he ends at 0. 100% of A when alpha is 0. 100% of the initial location when alpha is 0. I need to flip this curve. Think. Oh man, it's just getting messy now. Blip, 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 blip. Okay, fine. Minus 25. How does that feel? Why is everything so much shitter now? So much crapper than it used to be. Play appear animation. Where is that coming from? Just begin play. Oh, I know why. I know why. why that was there. That's why that was there. On the appear, I was like, oh, the animation is going to handle it, but I forgot that there's a delay. So because there's a delay, it basically just sits where it starts, and then afterwards goes like, oh, I'm going to duck now. We'll do the duck. Like, physically shouldn't be able to be different heights anymore. Pretty cool though. Yep, everything's back to normal. Happy days. Cool. Just clean these up. Okay. I think we're good. So currently, the game requires me to click on one of these to start this feature, but obviously I can just drag. Or at least, at minimum, it should be that if I click a tile, this goes, yeah, hey. And if I dragged down, it also would work. So, terrain tile. My voice has got really high and raspy. I'm working, like, streams for, like, 12 hours a day. Need to talk a lot lower and a lot slower and just be real deep in the voice. Maybe that'll help me from killing my voice too much, and I can be more like that guy, sore. You're sore. I'm sore. We have a terrain item. My voice is so bad. We have a terrain item with a cancel animation. Set the dragging state. Get the terrain under the mouse. If there is a terrain under the mouse, is it a valid tile? It's not going to be a valid tile because it's not a cloud. So in here, oh, it will be a valid tile because it is, yeah. Set terrain on target. Add terrain. Does it have a highlight? If it doesn't have a highlight yet, what I should do is just be like, yeah, that's all good. Increment tile. What I can do here is be like, if the aisle state is not equal to place terrain, set the aisle state to place terrain. If the aisle state is equal to place terrain, check if this has a highlight. If we're not in place terrain, increment tile. What we need to do is, there's an event here for select town. That's when the town gets clicked. What we want is when the terrain gets clicked. There's an event for that. If it's clouds, place terrain, set highlight current town, set start tile. Cool. Custom event. On selected. EP town, terrain item, add terrain. I'm not going to do this here. If we are not, just add if this is get clouds. If we're in the right state, then we should just check the highlight. If we're not in the right state, if we're not currently placing terrain, and that piece of terrain is not clouds, then it's a fail. If it is clouds, let's just move all this stuff around here. Let's do this. Sure, whatever, that's fine. Here, I just want to go on selected. We'll see what kind of things that breaks now. That should allow us to begin, like what I did was I got to here, I clicked, and I was like, oh right, I gotta do that. Second time I came in, I clicked and I was like, oh, I just want this here. Then obviously that didn't work. Because we didn't return true. Why doesn't that work? Put a mountain here. Because it gets the current tile. Nice. Yeah, that doesn't work. Oh yeah, there was a bug. Drag, release, cancel counts as tap. Forgot about that. Because you're technically not drag dropping anymore. Drag. So this just needs to all be moved. Get current town, current tile. That's the tile. All of this needs to go over to preview mouse. There's no preview for mouse button up. Okay, so I need to manage this a different way. It's not this, but did drag. Drag detected, did drag is true. On mouse button down, did drag is false. On mouse button up, if you did a drag, then you just come in. If you did not do a drag, then we can assume you did a click. So we click here, we tap this, it just goes straight to 0. It's like you don't care. Yeah, this has got a bug. Fix that later. All right. Use this. If the current tile is valid, we'll allow it. Otherwise, we'll just do nothing. Apparently, the current tile is valid because this would be valid. Just make it -1. There we go. That's cool. Or, oh, I got to click one of these, and it's like, hey, yeah, do this. So either or, it doesn't matter which way around the player does, whichever assumption the player has after they click this, and they're like, oh, drag it and drop it, and they're like, yeah, that's cool. Or they come in and they go, oh, this is glowy, and then it just reminds them over here. Cool. Okay, so drag, release, cancel counts as tap. Yeah, so you can click on here and put this down, and before you could drop these into the ocean and it would actually count. I'll drop it down here, drop it down here, drop it down here. Yeah, cool. Drag, release, cancel. Yeah. Start loop by drag, drop. Yeah. Oh. There's so much stuff. Finally, the resource events and UI. I need to go and clear my head because that was brutal. The music stopped, which tells me it's been an hour. Find the Zen. Or it's like that gopher. Luckily, it's not boiling hot today. My voice is killing though. Yesterday it was really, really hot, but today it's not too bad. I'm gonna just pop some music on in the background and leave you guys with that for 5-10 minutes, and I'll be back. I'm back. I'm back. Hey! De Piefke. Meet Rewinds. If you're both in chat still. Rewinds may have already headed off. Oh no, Rewinds are still here. I guess my cellular is on YouTube. Or my cellular is not watching. Or De Piefke's left already. Either or. De Piefke, meet Rewinds. Meet De Piefke. Nope. Okay, so I do have two people on. Okay, well, we lost we lost De Piefke. Oh well. Yeah, I guess do me a favor. Next time someone says hi in chat, say, hey, yeah, he's gonna be right back. I didn't put the ending on, did I? Ending stream? I don't know. Anyway, De Piefke jumped in earlier today and joined us for a bit. Anyway. Okay, fair enough. He's a cool guy. German. Jumped in earlier. Okay, so resource events and UI. Let's do some planning. We've got a decent bit of planning to do here. So let's bring this down. Let's make a little bit here. Economy. If you've... Mycelia knows this. Rewinds, you may have caught this when I was doing a Games Jam a week or so ago. It's tanked. What's tanked? The stream quality? Or what's going on? What's going on? What's tanked? What is tanked? The economy? Yeah, all over the world. Maybe that's the reason why people love having game economies, because it's like one of those things that we want to do really well in real life. And as the wish fulfillment, the game gives us the ability to do it, which this game is going to do. You're going to have a brilliant economy. Mycelia knows this, probably. Rewinds, I may have told you this on the last Game Jam that I did. I hate doing economies. I'm not a formula designer. All these roguelikes, all these survivor games, I'd love to make them. But like in comparison to my friend who just makes cool ideas around formulas, my brain just doesn't work that way. But we're gonna try anyway. We're gonna take a couple of things from here. So let's get going. Shift, control. Okay. So we're gonna have wood. Wood is gonna be part of our economy in our game. We're gonna have water. We're gonna have minerals. Keep this open, actually, over here. We're gonna have food, cabbages, fields. I like that picture. We're gonna have wheat. Definitely going to have wheat. That's gonna come from the farm. We're gonna have stone. What else are we gonna have? We're gonna have bones. Or skulls. Basically it comes from... Could be treasure. Could be treasure. Open this back up. I could do treasure for the evil places. I don't know which one here is better. Looks like Figma. Yep, Figma balls. It's Figma, yeah. It's Fig Jam. We're using Figma right now. We have an asset in the game. I'm gonna go and grab this actually. So we have an asset in the game which, well, we have several. We have this little gravestone. We have this this cave. And they need to produce a resource, right? And I'm just going to open this out. We also have... Get rid of this. We also have this little witch hut that could produce these bones. I want it to be like some sort of shamanic... Or when you go into these places, you get treasure. Yeah, you can use Miro. Miro has 3 pages for free. Yeah, everything is subscription based. You gotta respect the hustle, man. Gotta respect that hustle. Should make my streams subscription. No, I'm joking. I know you can actually subscribe on YouTube and make money off it, but we ain't all about that right now. Maybe maybe one day. Got a quarry. We got this egg thing. We got this waterfall. We've got all of these houses. So all of these are going to do something. We do have this little beer tavern as well. We have the campfire. We have spirit stones. And we have some tents. Okay. So we do also have, we just have like a castle. What else? We have the fort. It's like a cool little fort here. We do, oh yeah, we have also got this thing with a skull on it. So that kind of goes over here. There's a lot of things that generate skulls. There's a lot of things that are going to generate skulls for us. We have the windmill. I'm basically just pulling out all of these so I can organize my thoughts. We have the watchtower. And we also have the other watchtower, which is just a little bit different. Let's get these at a larger scale here. Okay. So another thing that we need is something that represents like people or population. Oh, I guess I could actually use a person. That would make sense. Let's go grab this. Bring this down. There's like a villagers here. So we could use this for population. So the idea is that we have, bring this down here. Hey, potato soup. We have these rings that are going to grow based on resources in the game. We have some structures that are going to have these symbols associated to them. So for example, let's move some of this stuff out of the way so that we can get a working space over here. Move you over there, move you over here. Okay, and all of this stuff. All right. For example, for the wood, what I want to do, if I have the weapon, do I have a weapon? So I want an axe. It's this axe here. I kind of want to just like associate these together, so where this beer sign is, I would actually just put an axe over the top. We have a farm. The farm isn't on this. Oh no, it is. It's right there. I see the farm. We have a farm. I'm gonna have to edit these in Photoshop in a little bit. For the farm that produces food, there's also a wheat one. The mill I was thinking of using for water. All the buildings produce people. The quarry essentially allows you to produce stone in some way. The egg nest, hopefully we have eggs in here. Eggs. Or I could do it as like livestock. Do we have livestock in here? Probably have livestock in here. Little chickens. So we also have ore. Ore is going to be produced on any kind of mountain, I guess. I need to have a pickaxe associated to this. So I don't know where that is on the list of things. It's down and to the right. Here. Yeah. What's your plan to choose icons? Single images or flipbook style? I'm gonna composite them in Photoshop somehow. I'm gonna try and like basically edit the artwork. Yeah, for the farm, there's two types of farm. There's that farm and this farm. For all of these skull cave things, I want it to produce either bones or treasure. Like if you go here, you might find treasure. I kind of like the idea that it's like it's a little treasure chest or a little open treasure chest. Kind of like that. I also liked the idea of it being a skull. Like you literally have a circle around a skull in your UI that just fills up. That's like, how many skulls have you collected? It's like, yeah, I've got lots of skulls. I don't know. So I'm undecided there. I'll leave that up for discussion there. You can also get water from the waterfall. Fire, tents, people, like literally all of this is gonna produce population. This structure is one of the rare structures I was thinking. We've got this mine. We also have this mine. Although I was maybe thinking of doing something with these. So these ones can produce stone, and these ones can produce ore. Watchtowers, military forts. I was thinking of doing, like, instead of just people, like military strength, basically. So some kind of crossed weapons, or just a weapon. It's feeling like Civ with no politics. Yeah, it's just like, place the buildings down, your circles are gonna grow. I hope you like economy, because I don't. I hope you like the most basic economy you've ever seen. Yeah, military might. I was like, wouldn't it be cool to have like little sword with a circle, and basically all of these military structures here, basically the two different types of watchtower that you have, and these two create military. Or I could move this one down here and have it produce like another different type of resource, like light. Though there's nothing really in here that says, I mean, light is an abstract concept, so it's not really going to have an icon. But if there was fire in here, then I would have used fire. Like, oh yeah, it makes fire somehow. Either way, we got these gemstone. I wanted 2 rare resources in the game. The gemstone comes from essentially a gemstone mine that is an item that you can rarely randomly get. And then the other rare resource comes out of the spirit stone. I do not have an icon for that either. So there's a lantern. There's a lantern. While I look for the lantern, I'm going to pull out the I'm going to pull out the health and mana vial. There's a kind of one. There's a structure in here that I like the look of, that I want to have 2 or 3 variants of. It's this one here. I want this to be like a potion building. Just produces various potions. So, oh, the lantern's right there. I see it now. Yeah. So we could have the watchtower produce, yeah, essentially light. And at night time it will glow if we get to that. This spirit stone, it needs something. Oh, should not forget, we actually have a tavern, so we should definitely just have beer. Beer is a resource. It's official. I get to just basically associate structures and say that this is how the game is now, which is kind of fun. For the runestone, yeah. There's a campfire. Fish. I forgot that we have fish in the game. So we have a lot of ocean. So we're going to have fish as a resource. So that can go down here. We'll need some sort of fishing item from here. Hopefully. There's a fishing rod right there. Let's take that fishing rod. It's not super clear that it's a fishing rod. So maybe I just put this fish on this building and that would be clearer. Beer is an essential resource. Exactly. It comes from taverns and this world should be filled with taverns. As is my heritage, every street corner should have a pub. To make my partner happy, I will make sure that there is a mushroom resource. Because they are mycelia. And they should have this. And by they I mean she. And she may be in this chat and be very happy about that. We're obviously going to use this, although maybe we could use a hut. Or maybe we could use a modified version of this witch hut that has a mushroom on top of it. So they might like that. The mushroom building produces mushrooms. Another rare resource, essentially. The reason some of these are rare is because only their building produces it. I'm actually going to put them in a separate category over here. Only the building produces it. Surrounding tiles do not produce it. Like the building will produce it. And it won't proc off of surrounding tiles. Technically that makes this a rare resource because that's only going to come from the building. Actually, we end up getting into like 3 categories of things where it's like some buildings are common and some are not common. This is one of the common buildings. I need to do a few things. So terrain. So this is based on terrain. This is based on building. And this is based on oh, well, I'll just call it rare. So I'm going to say that these two are rare. Wood, cabbage, wheat, water, stone. That's all terrain-based resources. Ore is based off the building. All of this is based off the building. This is a rare resource based off of a specific type of that. This is based off the building. This is based off the building. Building. This is based off the terrain, like linked terrain. So let's go look at the terrain again. So up here we have trees. If they're connected, it will give you extra grasslands. So yeah, we had grasslands as well, which means that will be a different type of farm that procs off of connected grasslands that creates this bushel that we have here. So it's like hemp and like, you know, just cloth and whatever. So this is a terrain-based one that we need to edit the appearance of the structure to get what we want. And then you have these rare ones, which I still don't have an icon for spirit. Although what we could do is we could literally just use the spirit stone as the icon that has the circle. That's fine. Right. So, what do we spend resources on? Unlocking new areas was one of the ideas. maybe. But the other one is that I keep saying throughout the stream is, what was it? The placement doesn't matter. The placement doesn't make sense, and the points don't matter. This is a joke about whose line is it anyway? But the idea essentially is, if I get this lumberjack building, and I place it on or near these forests. In fact, here would be the best place to do it, right? It's going to produce 3 wood every loop. And at the top of the screen is a little loop that just keeps going around, and every time it pops, all the buildings will blink and a little score will come off the top. That's basically what we're doing for the rest of today. Like, we're just getting the scoring stuff done. And that's like the core of the game then. All the different loops are in, and the rest is polish, right? So it's like little roads, stuff like that. Little people walking around. So that might be the late night, midnight till 5 AM. But basically, once the score's in, I'm going to cook it, build it, make a video, put it up on itch.io, submit it, and then I might do another build before the end. But we won't stress too much. So if you have this building here, it's going to proc off of this tile, and this tile. And if you later put another forest here, there's a couple of ways that you can collect an update. Basically, we need to update this. If we put a forest here later on in the game, we need to tell this that it's gone from 3 to 4. And there's a couple of ways you can do it. You can either collect the nearby tiles and look for forests, at which point we'll find this forest. At which point we look at this one's tiles, look for forests, and we find this forest, potentially another forest. Could be going off in this direction. Maybe there's another lumberjack over here. But eventually we would place it, and you'd do this check where it's like ping, 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 ping. You'd go down all these different leaf nodes until you find the connected lumberjacks at various locations. So like one over here, one over here. Another way you can do it is you just get all lumberjack buildings from the game world, and you ask what their connected forests are. And if any of those forests are in the forests around me where I've just been placed, then add me to that. And the other one over here as well. Because its connected forests are this. So I am in vicinity. I should also go into this one. So I'm going to do, instead of doing like essentially like sphere checks and finding all the tiles and then querying them and doing like tons of queries, I'm going to store a couple of different arrays of data. Firstly, I'm going to store everything, like when you place the tile down, I'm going to put tags on every tile. So this is going to have the tree tag, this is going to have the stone tag. We'll have like the wheat tag, the fish tag, etc, right? You'll have like the grasslands tag, or essentially the tag of the resource. So on every tile you put the tag of the resource that it can make. So this can actually also make water, and it can make fish technically. So that's important. The buildings will also have tags. So for example, well, that's pretty much it, right? All of these resources, well, some of these resources are tags. I don't really need to use tags on anything that isn't a terrain. I only need to tag the terrain-based ones. I don't need to tag any of these other ones because they're only produced by the building. And they will maybe increase their productivity based on nearby buildings. So they'll look for neighboring buildings. But for the terrain stuff, yeah, the terrains will have tags, those buildings will have tags. And so if I go back here and this has got the wood tag, when I place my lumberjack down, I do the neighbor check once the moment I place it down. So I'm not going to do that like loads of times in the future. I'm just going to do it once. I place it down. In fact, to make this even cooler, before I even place this down, while this is in my hand and I'm thinking about placing it, all the forests are going to glow in some way. Like the outline can change color or something, just to say like, hey, this is where you should be putting this. Like somewhere near these is the resource that is related to this building. So you would then put it down and you would get some resources, right? So, and the idea is because you already know where all of these forests are. I'm gonna I'm gonna bob them. The moment you put this down, I'm gonna bob all of these. So that will happen with the structure placement as well. Then I have a few notes for this actually. I should really write this down on my to-do list. So I'm going to start doing this on my to-do list because I'm going to have to go through step by step and do every single one. Game vibrancy is one thing that came to mind earlier. I think I already have a ticket for water. Okay, so tags on terrain tiles. Held in probably the Isle State component or the Isle State manager. So there'll be a key map of each enumerated version of a resource that can be on a terrain. So like stone, wood, water, this, that, the other. Which means when I'm hovering a structure, so here we have structures have tags, can refer to the tile key map to find corresponding tiles. I can update the key map of tiles that are stone, wood, etc. I can also hover over a building and say get me all tiles of wood, and that was just an already pre-constructed array that's in the tile manager that I can then say, okay, cool, make all of those glow while I'm hovering or while I'm holding the lumberjack, so I know what's relevant to me. Then when I drop it, that's when I do the circular check. So on drop, check neighbors for corresponding tags. And because we're using tags, one of the cool things that I was thinking of doing was this structure can add a tag to a tile. This structure can add the tag to the tile as well. Mountains in general are stone. So when you have the stone, I think we had a mining building somewhere. Yeah, I need to maybe rearrange this because basically I wanted a mining building that can go near mountains to get stone. So this is stone, mountains are stone, quarries are stone. So the idea was if I put this on a tile, let's say, just take this, put this over here. Just take the miner as well to try and just like talk about this point. So if let's say I'm here, I've got a mountain, I'm like, oh yeah, cool, I have an option to put a mining down. What does that do? And it highlights this tile because it's stone, and this tile and this tile, these are all stone, and I'm like, oh, what's the best place to place my building? Then I'll just be like, oh, I guess I'll place it here. And so now both of these tiles dip because they're stone, and this is getting 2 points per turn, 2 stone per turn. If I then get a quarry, it will highlight the building. and any corresponding stone. And so this may not be super clear because I mean, I'm gonna have, but if you connect it here, it's now corresponding neighborage, right? So it's like it's stone. This is going to produce stone. If I put it over here, this is going to get +1 through neighborage as well. And so we have on drop check neighbors for corresponding tags, and also on drop add tags to tiles and update the terrain resource key map. So what I'm essentially trying to say is certain structures can add tags to tiles. Now that tile lives in the stone array, and we update everything related on that. So that's basically how this structure works. It adds a tag to a tile. This will also add stone to a tile because it's a cave. This one I wanted to be like, I have an alternate like mineral cave basically, and so maybe we have like a mineral mine, but I don't know. There is a little bit of a weird one where it's like, I want to place this down and I want this to produce numbers. Do I really need this here? So I don't really want that there. I just want like a rare mineral resource, which will be fun. So yeah, a couple of rare resources, a couple of common resources that come from buildings, and then a couple of like adjacency based. So essentially these water mills, although this does look like a windmill. It is a windmill. It's not a water mill, that's for sure. So maybe water only comes... Oh, we have a boat. Forgot that we have a boat. Which is also fish. So I did forget about that. Let me open this all up here. Let me open it up. Right. Give me that back. I don't need that. I need one more of these. Boats. Almost forgot about boats. So boats, they produce fish as well. They could also produce water, I guess, but I'd prefer to not do that. Yeah, that's the goal. We've got to do a resource-based key map in the manager that updates every time you add a tile, updates the key map, and finds any structures of the corresponding type and updates them. I wish I'd have wrote these notes better because it made so much more sense earlier. Structures add tags to tiles and loop the resource key map. Hovering a tile does a recursive highlight. Doesn't need to do that. Hovering an option such as a terrain or a building will do it. Hovering a building in the world will highlight on its own array. And then I've got a note that says make a tutorial, which will be like Overcooked style. So it's just a graphic tutorial at the beginning. It's like a slide. Okay, so resource events and UI. Let's get started. My God. Right, I'm going to throw this over to the side. I'm going to close everything. And we're just going to start a new folder and just start coding. So let's go into a new folder and just type resources. In here, we'll do a new enum. E_resource. Yeah. In here, we'll start with the most common: wood, stone, food, just generic food, wheat, Water, fish, hemp. That's all the main ones. Then we've got population, treasure. I may as well just add a bunch, right? Treasure, military, beer, beer is one. Light, or I could call it lantern, but whatever. Chickens. We just have a resource that is just chickens. I should probably do this as a data asset, but we're doing it as an enum. So, potions. And then we got the 4 unique ones. So we have spirit, which is that spirit stone. 1, 2, 3. We have mushrooms. We have gems. And we have ore, or minerals, like rare earth minerals. Okay. So an enum, so that I can store a cool struct, blueprint struct f underscore resource tiles, which is an array of terrain BPs. So this is tiles. Boop, boop. Right. Maybe we'll do our code for this in our own blueprint as well. So actor component, BP underscore resource manager. In here we'll have our variable tile resource map, or resource tile map I should call it. Resource tile map. This will be a enum resource. And if I hit plus on here, this will be a key map, and it will be a. This music might be way too loud. I realised. It also has a lot of lyrics, which is kind of annoying. If the music is annoying, let me know. BP terrain. Yeah. Oh no, wait. Resource tiles. Okay. So we add terrain tile. I'll call it add terrain tile. We then come in here and find. Here we have an input BP terrain. BP terrain. Terrain tile. Cool. This is a terrain tile. What this does has data. It has its tags, and maybe those tags should be the enum, or maybe I shouldn't do this by an enum and I should just do it by tags. I'm an idiot. It doesn't need to be an enum. It can literally just be tags. Find. What we do is we for each through the tags that this terrain tile has. And if we find an element, let's promote this to I tiles. Let member in tiles. What's the best way of doing this? Usually, like copy. You can copy this, and then set members in it, and then set. Nope. Add. So, I tag I resource, whatever, I resource. Yeah, I didn't need this at all. Although it is easier than fucking up the tags, which is what a tag container is for. Gameplay tags. You can't mess up that then because it's in a. Can I do gameplay tags? Gameplay tags are good because like straight up string comparisons and then the ability to mess up the strings throughout the code base is why we might use an enum, because it's like statically defined information. Gameplay tags are good for that as well because they're defined in a config file and they're always referenced from that config file, so you can't mess that up when you go and pick it. You're like, yeah, it's that one. I'm not going to worry too much. Force delete that. Great, it closed everything. Cool, let's reopen it. This will go back in here. Question mark. The terrain comes in. Presumably I only have one tag. It's like stone. Sometimes I'll have water and fish. I look for stone. I find stone. I copy stone. I break it. I'm going to have to promote this to a local variable. L tiles. So that I can add the incoming tile to it. Add. Probably add a unique, because we don't want to do it more than once. Terrain. So we've now added that to the tile there. Then we'll just go in here. It's going to be the resource. It's going to be this. Tiles can go back in here. Okay, so that should update everything correctly. When we add to this list, I updated resources here. Just make a array of this. Add unique resource. Because I don't. Actually, sorry, no, these are unique. These are once, yeah. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is store. I'm gonna also store the list when I place a structure. If the structure has stone as its resource type, I'm going to look in the list of essentially structure, resource structure map. And that's going to also be tiles. Oh, wait a sec. Figure out how I'm going to do this, because I might only need the one map. I think that's why I was like, this is super clever. I placed down a tavern. No, a tavern's a bad idea. I placed down a lumberjack on a tile. If I just add wood to this tile and then put it into the terrain map, that's not good enough. I need to have a structure list because there's lots of wood. Not all of them are generating resource. This particular one is. So I do need a resource structure map. And that's just every tile that is like the root of some sort of like generative logic. And the reason for that is I can loop that map every 2 seconds when the resource loop happens. I'm going to go through that map and I'm going to say like all of these guys are going to animate, and their animations are this type, and it all comes from like one core controller. Rather than ticking every single resource generating structure in the game, I have this one thing that does a single timer basically. So we're trying to optimize there because we have thousands of tiles. So yeah, what we do now is we come in here and we say, okay, we just updated the resource tile map with a new resource. We added, say, stone to it because we added a terrain that was stone. So we've done that, we've updated the tile map. What we should now do is go and find the resource in structures, sorry, inside here. And for each of those structures, this is where the neighborage comes from. So BP underscore terrain. I think I was going to do it where the structures at least held and updated a list of their neighbors. And I was kind of explaining that through the mirror, through the fig jam earlier, right? So I have woods, woods, woods. These know that that's what they are, and they're held already in a key map. And let's say the woods just go off into the distance here. When I place down this lumberjack, lumber, the first thing he's going to do is check his surrounding tiles. So that is going to be one physics check at least to get this. And what I could do is, because this is a distance and all of these distances are equal actually, instead of doing a physics grab, I could actually do a distance check, and I could only do that distance check. Oops. Basically, I'm going to say, oh, I've got this tile. Okay, get the connected neighbors. I could go through the wood in the whole game and check the distances to every single one. But that seems like it's going to be worse than just like directly getting the neighbors and doing a recursive neighbor check at least once, because we kind of have to do it at least once if I remember. So yeah, on structure placed 1, that's when we do a get. So we come in, we grab these guys, we find these 3, and for each of those we're going to end up having to recurse here, and obviously ignore this one because that's already in the list. We don't want to recurse off of him, but then we don't find any more. So then we come to this guy and we recurse here. We find this one. We recurse. Sorry, that's wrong. We recurse basically we recurse around him. We find this one. We recurse around him. We find this one. We recurse around him. We find this one. We recurse around him. I thought I had a solution that was like gonna allow me to not do this. I didn't want to do like a recursive like overlap find actors ever. I didn't ever want to do that. I swear I had a way to do it. I had it written down in my cool notebook. I'm just literally reading right now. Just what does this what does this mean? This doesn't mean anything anymore. It meant something like hours ago. I was like, oh my god, I'm a genius. Hover the building and a highlight on its array. I should have wrote my notes down properly. I don't want to do a recursive check because it's going to get horrible. You could have a forest, like, because I want this game to be really big. You could have a forest that's like super hench long, at which point it probably does become cheaper to just check distances on all the tiles that are in the thing. Okay, so let's just think about this one more time. I place the structure down. I must get neighbors. I must get neighbors. One thing I don't want to do is store 6 points of data in every single tile, because it's a n-squared problem. Well, it's not an n-squared problem, but I mean, it's a big bloody problem, because every single tile is, I'm just timesing the amount of data I'm holding in memory, at least by 6, for that particular type of memory, because I'm now storing another, well, 7. I'm storing another 6 entries of the data. So I'm like, I'd rather not store that in memory. I'd rather just get that at runtime if I can afford to do it on the CPU. To get those assets. And because we're not doing like a broad check where we're like checking everything, we're essentially phasing it down to only the neighbors by virtue of doing an overlap check. It's just how many overlap checks can I do in one frame until I need to be worried about it. And in the interest of this is just a game jam and I can fix it later for the full release if I go to do that, I'm not going to worry about that performance right now. I need to get it all animated and working, and if I don't get going, it's not going to get done, right? What time is it right now? 3:24. So yeah, by 5 o'clock at least, I'd like to have like the foundations of this finished, because I'm going to have dinner at some point. I could use a depth limit on the recursive calls, but then I really wanted it to be like all connected trees. And I had a way of doing it. Because I said something like, oh, if I put a lumberjack here, all I have to do is know this guy, and then I can go and find have a picture of the array. Oh, I wrote it over on the other side. I'm looking at this side of the page, and the freaking diagram is over here. Check the VOD. I never did it on VOD. I did this downstairs over coffee this morning before I started streaming. It's 23:25 where I'm watching. Oh man, you got some dedication.
So here I've got a thing that says, I know all the structures. I know all the wood structures or the stone structures. Inside that stone structure, there's a list of its connected stone tiles. Look at this diagram I'm deciphering right now. It's this nested little bit here is what I'm trying to decipher. So it made so much sense at the time. Now look at the cached. I'm trying to cache the data, right? I look at the cached data for stone. And I have a list of all something that holds a list of something. So I think it's meant to be structures. It's like stone, structures. And in that structure list is a list of the connected stone tiles that I'd cached earlier from its neighbors. And I did the recursive check once to populate that array upon placing it. And I come back up the list, but it doesn't help. It doesn't actually help unless I'm misremembering. Let's ask GPT. Let's give it a good understanding of the goal. I have structures with resource tags. I have structures with resource tags, such as stone, wood, fish, I guess. What else did I have that was pretty common? Food. I have hex grid tiles with resource tags, with matching resource tags. Matching resource tags, i.e. mountains are stone, forests are wood, etc. When I place structure down, I want to gather all connected forests from its tile and one ring of tiles around that, i.e. 7 hex tiles. And recursively, any connected tiles. I could do a limit, like you said. I could add a limit to how many times it can recurse. So it just has a maximum distance of how many forests is allowed to be affected by. I would like to store the connected bodies of tiles, such as chains of forest, and update them anytime a new terrain tile is discovered, if it is connected to that chain. Update the chain. Or neighbor, cache, etc. I also have resource points hopping up off the structures. This is solved by looping the cache of all structures and their associated resource chains, terrains. list, terrain list of corresponding connected tile, corresponding connected tagged tiles. And then I have a 3-second timer which fills a bar and then dings all structures instead of each structure ticking independently. Which I spelt wrong. Independently. I'm concerned in my world if I place a structure and gather neighbor tiles and then recurse, and there are tons of forests of 500 plus tiles, because that, who knows, that could happen in a game. If I make this game, I want to have things that are like Vampire Survivors level of like power creep, where you're like you can like master stone or master forest by like being a god that can control like the odds of what's in the deck. I'm concerned in my world is that there are tons of forests for like 500 plus tiles, whereas I could have cached that data. I need advice on structuring the data. I have a few important events that help. Add terrain. When a player places a forest, mountain, etc. into the world, this should update any connected structures. List of what do you call it? Like proximity based, proximity connected structures list, which determines its resource supply per 3-second pop, whatever we call that. Add structure. When a player places a lumberjack, mining guild, this should gather the chain of corresponding tagged nearby and proximity chained terrain tiles and cache them in a list to determine its score, and I also animate those tiles to show the relationship on placement. Oh, gonna make a data center. Gonna make a data center somewhere. Just be like, that's a lot of information. Add terrain and structure placement. I mean, I pay for GPT, so like, yeah. Okay. My only problem with this is it uses fuckloads of water. I heard it, and I shouldn't swear so much, but I'm like 30 hours into a game jam, so my my etiquette and my stoicism are out the window. Core design principles. Resource chains are first-class objects. Instead of recalculating all connections from scratch when a structure is placed or terrain is updated, treat each contiguous group of resource tag tiles, forest tiles, as a chain. Each chain contains the tag, the set of tiles, or connected tiles, and any connected structures, and a chain ID for efficient lookup. Sure. The struct is the tag, the tiles, and the connected structures. Yeah. Each tile stores its tag, a pointer to a chain. Yeah, that would make sense, because rather than going into the chain library and going like, look through all chains and try and find the neighbor that I just found, you would just go to the neighbor and be like, what's your chain? And it goes, oh, I'm part of this chain over here. I wouldn't want to store, obviously wouldn't want to store the resource chain and update every time. I store a pointer to it. Yeah, exactly. I store a pointer to a resource chain that is an object that exists. Yeah. Structures cache chains. When a structure is placed, it stores the list of chains it's connected to. This cache is used during global resource population. The chain size can determine the incoming scale. Algorithm flow. On add terrain, assign the resource tag to the tile. Well, the tile already has the... Yes, it will do. It will do. It will. Look at all 6 neighbors. If none of them match it, create a resource chain. If one is matching... Oh yeah, the rule makes sense now. Because it's like, if I don't find a corresponding chain to my tag, I need to make one. And now I have literally like 6 chains that exist, and that all holds the information. Linked list, yeah, I don't do C++, and I should really do C++ or some kind of like programming course, because I'm very much from an environment art background, and I got into scripting games. And if you've ever heard the term feral games, or accept the jank, or any of those kind of things, that's kind of where my indie games lean. And I do have a very technical facing mind when it comes to understanding all the tools, what to use where, when, how. When it comes to like core programming principles like this, I like have books on my side about programming patterns, but like nothing really teaches you everything, right? There's always a different solution or a better solution. So yeah, a linked list, I haven't come across one, but I know the term. I've heard programmers say it in teams I've been on. If 2 or more matching chains, why would there ever be? Oh, yeah, of course there would be. You'd have to merge them, yeah. Consider deferring heavy merging to a background task or coroutine. I mean, it's just an add. I'm not going to worry too much. Get the tiles resource tag. Yeah. This is cool. It makes me happy. I'm gonna do it sloppy and hacky, because the world isn't gonna ever be big enough for this to be a problem right now. But I basically have that for 2.0. So what I'm gonna do, the way I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna add the terrain to a map. I know of all the terrains of a certain type now. In the tile, when it gets its data, which is later apparently, find references, set terrain data. Yeah, because this has an async call, it has to be an event. Basically, when we set the terrain data on this tile, we have BP underscore town, right? BP underscore town. Add terrain tile. Set terrain data. Wobble nearby tiles. Get game state. Get game state. Get comp class. Terrain manager. Resource manager. I'm going to do this the quicker, simpler way because I have like literally an hour to do it. So it's going to be a little bit more expensive for now, but that's okay. Sometimes it's okay. It's an array with extra steps. Basically, a linked list is where an object has a pointer to the next and previous object in the list. I mean, why can't you just... Oh, I mean, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but an array or a set, can't I just get me minus 1, me plus 1? Linked list is where an object has a pointer to the next and previous object in a list. Kind of like an array with extra steps. See, I'm just imagining like a layered set of arrays that like if you had an inventory, maybe you would use a 2D array, but anyway. Resource manager, add terrain. We add this terrain here. When that sorts that out, I'm also going to set up a function in the resource manager that's add structure. So I can just get all structures anytime I want rather than having to pull and find them. Add structure. That goes in here. Oh yeah, the weird thing about this is the structure is a terrain. I didn't want to spawn extra objects, so that basically the terrain just knows that it has a structure on it. If you need to add an object in the center of the array, you'd need to do a bunch of work. With a linked list, you can just modify the two neighboring object pointers. I need to add an object in the center. That might be true for like back-end programming, but like in Blueprint, you just insert at length divided by 2, right? Linked list, you can just modify the two neighboring object pointers. If you need to add an object, yeah, I don't know about C. So yeah, you might need to write like a bunch of like memory management and like address management and shit. But because I'm using like the Lego of programming, it I have all of the endpoint stuff, right? It's just like C# in Unity. I've done that and I know how to do that, and that's like also really easy. I like the Lego. It reminds me of Alice. In a Blueprint, you can only use a map and imitate. Oh right, yeah, yeah, key map, yeah. And you can't replicate them. Is the one I know. I know some stuff. Add structure, right? Terrain has a structure on it. Cool. I just wanted to get that set up as a function because I'm going to need it right here. And additionally, when we add a location here, similar to our terrain, and we have this terrain data, I'm probably going to need structure data. We have the tags here. I never did do this bit of the code. If I go and open up DA underscore like deciduous trees and I look at locations, it's just a bunch of textures. They now need to be textures with tags, which means I'm gonna have a terrain thing. Texture weight tags. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna have to update this to tile info. Because it's gonna have tags. At the moment, no structure has 2 tags. There is a tile that has 2 tags. Because this can produce water or fish. Although I could just ignore water for now and we just have 1 tag. This does not base itself off the terrain. This is just one of those ones that's like a structure will produce this. This will get all nearby grassed lands. This will get all nearby water. This and this, well, this in particular, will get all nearby mountains and stone, including these. Which is the building for that. I need to actually make these textures as well. This building will get all nearby wheat. And windmills I'm just going to ignore. The food one, it was supposed to get all nearby clearings. So we'll stick with that. Which basically means you just go into the clearings and you just type the word in here, food. And if I'm hovering the food tagged item, I just highlight all tiles with the tag food. And instead of having to poll the entire world to get those tiles, I just look at the map and I just say, give me the tiles that are world that you've already registered, that are food. Yeah, I am doing a map. I'm doing a map in here, right? So I can, I'm not doing gameplay tags. I will maybe do that in the future. Right now I'm just doing straight up name, like actor tags. And I have my terrain, I believe it updates the actor tags. I can't remember where I did it. Set terrain data. Oh, yeah, I did it here, right? So I got my actor tags come in here. It does it at an actor tag level so that I could get all actors with tag, which is already a hashed list by Unreal, so it would already be fast. In fact, having said that, I'm literally just duplicating some data right now. Because you can get all actors of class with, you can get all actors with tag. You can get all actors of a class with tag. This is an already optimized list. Like, this is going to get given to me in like a frame because we already know it. We already know this data. It's already held in Unreal. It's all object hash data. So yeah, and you could imagine there's probably a key map in the back end that has this as a property that outputs a ton of this. So all I'm doing in here is duplicating data. So I may as well use this feature. I'm gonna start writing some notes because I'm starting to recover the same ground multiple times. So 1, hovering a structure or terrain option in the shop, basically, or in that section of the game, highlights via get tagged actors. That's how I'm going to do that. 2. We have use gameplay. Yeah. Oh, I am going to do like gameplay tags eventually. Make a map out of it. Yeah. So hovering the structure or the terrain option highlights the stuff in the world nicely. So when a user is playing the game, let's go play the game. We haven't played the game in a while. When I play the game and I hover over these tiles, I want to make this change state when you hover it probably. Although I am designing for mobile, so maybe there isn't a hover state. But at least when I grab this, yeah, that doesn't exist yet. That's fine. When I grab this, I want that mountain to glow as well, to give the player the sense that they should be putting them adjacent to each other. If I have this clearing, I would want to... yes, I know we don't have that component yet. I would want the other clearing to be like adjacency. Hey, adjacency. Adjacency is good. Possibly. Or maybe I only do it when you're holding the structure. We'll find out. I can do it in both. It doesn't really matter too much. Let's not do this for a second. I need to tag everything. I need to tag all the terrains, tag the structures. I need to do that before I can do any of the other stuff. Hover the structure and terrain options in the shop. Yeah. One of the things that I need to do before I can get much of this done is actually create these structures. So I need to go into Photoshop and start making these. So control, I'm going to go Control N. We're going to make some 512 by 512 texture here. I've got a library from the Islebound assets. Where did I put them? Assets. Isle of Law. They're in my downloads. They are not in my downloads. Right. So I need to export them from the engine. Sure. Okay. Hex tiles. Not the hex tiles. It's the buildings. This one? Maybe the buildings are part of the hex tiles. Yeah, locations. Standard full. I don't know what to do about this potion because I love both the colours. I think that both the colours are awesome. I guess because it's built by a structure, I can totally just do a structure. I can do two. Alright, I've just got to look at all my icons that I'm going to need. Fish. Fishes. Fish. That's bone meal. It's bone powder, yeah. I wonder if I should use that for the oh, I was going to use treasure. Anyway, let's go across this list. We've got bread there. We've got treasure chests, but I wanted the open treasure chest. It's there. Got the sword. Oh god, there's so much stuff. My brain is slowing right down. Maybe because I just spent an hour thinking about something that I'm now just going to do it like the quickest way. Jam. May as well explore the diamond. That'll be fun. Egg? No, we said we would use chicken. There's a chicken in another pack that we're going to export. Got the fish. I was going to use copper. Cool. Pickaxe. Might use this leaf for something. Yeah, herbs is cool. So much of this is cool. I want to make a game out of this stuff at some point. Cabbage. Like an actual RPG game. That'd be really cool. Maybe after you build the world... maybe after you build the world, you get to jump into it. Where's the single piece of wood? Mushroom. Beer. Lantern. Oh. Starting to think. I'm starting to wonder whether instead of compositing this in Photoshop, instead, when we're here, we literally have a structure that has an icon in the corner that is the thing it's going to produce. It has the tag, and then I literally can just take this and yeah, I'm just going to do that. I think it's going to be way quicker. Let's I've got that bug. I need to fix that bug. What was that bug? Give me the output log, please. Put that over there. Why am I not getting the bug now? Yeah. There. Oh, I see what's going on. Right. So it's on the second ring. Possibly. Okay. Actually, might need to do this twice because there's a chance that it gets disabled between. And then there's this one as well, which is always, so that one's fine. That's the town terrain. I think what's happening is it's not movable when the appear animation happens. Oh, this one doesn't matter apparently. Sure. Yeah, I got a ton of these mobilities issues. So what's happening is the terrain's going down. It does disappear animation, which needs to be movable in order to move it downwards. It then waits. I set it to movable again, because what can happen is this animation here finishes and turns it back to static after the animation bob. So what I could do is go custom event, set static, set static. Essentially, it's getting set static while it's still trying to run this animation on either this animation or this animation, because they can happen close to each other. So what you can say is if Bob timeline or anim timeline playing, if either of these are playing, if this or this, if this and this is false. So put this down here as well. Steven Colling's artwork is amazing. If you want this kind of style, I like it a lot. Yeah, I do. I love it. I think it's wicked. Inspired me to make a game, for sure. I didn't know what I was going to make, and then I just went for it. So now, nope, I still get this freaking thing, even though it's playing the animation. Oh, it can't be and. It needs to be an or. Oh man. I'm getting frustrated with myself now. I'm doing stupid mistakes. Because I'm getting like... It's like being tilted when you're in like a game of League of Legends. Like I'm making stupid mistakes because I'm worried about time. So like I'm trying harder and I'm doing worse. So if this or this are playing, don't do this, and otherwise do it. Okay, play. Click. Do. If I just have to do this fast enough for it to essentially break the... Oh, shit. I literally didn't press any of them. Right, drop it, and then bam, 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 bam. Press escape. Happy days, no errors. Right, so yeah, the concept was good. Okay, back to the code thing. So, man, I'm so stressed. I need a break. I need a break again. It's actually got really warm again as well. I can feel the like little bit of water. Let's get at least one bit of this done, and then I'm gonna have a break. So a deck. They all have this tile info, which is tags, textures, weight, sure. So this is just the structure or the terrain. This is how often it can happen, and this is the tags that it has. So that's cool. In my editor utility widget, what I'm going to do is create a new button that's just add auto apply tags. Here we have editor utility button, apply tags. I'm just going to add this, and I'm going to say get the biome data, get the deck, and for each item in the deck, actually I need to transact it. So transact it so that it can be undone or whatever, saved. And then so save loaded asset if it's dirty. Okay. So the way that I'm doing this in here, so I'm literally adding elements directly to the start tile array. But now what I'm going to do is edit entries inside of the array. Set array, make array. Okay. So I'm going to make a little function here. This can actually go straight through. This can go in here. This can go straight through. Okay, collapse to function. Get tags. Oops. Get tags from texture. This can be pure. Ring. First look variable, L tags. This is going to be possibly a disgusting design. Oh yeah, I need to fix this now because locations are no longer just textures. Locations are an array. Okay, just cleaned the thing up. Okay, get tags from terrain. Inside our terrain icons, we have textures, we have tiles, we have just like pointy tiles. And in here, we have a bunch of different things like clearing, I could essentially use dense as forest in the jungle's case. Grassland clearing. Yeah, dense in this case also not great. I'm trying to find basically keywords. Lake is a good keyword to add water. So what I'm gonna do is I need some sort of key map. Go for lunch? Yeah, I will. I'm gonna find. No, not like that. Find in a key map. Promote to a variable. Find the. That's not right. I want to define some data that's basically like. When I'm looking at this, I'm going to type lake and I'm going to put water in. And I'm also going to put fish. Then I'm going to look. I'm going to ask if this contains. The element, which is going to be this, and it's going to come out as a tag. Be a tag list essentially. It could be a comma separated pass array, pass into array source string delimiter comma, put it in here like this. Each add okay, promote to variable, bind string to tags CS, comma separated tags. So in here I'm just going to define a few things real quick. So here for example we have like lake, it's going to be water, fish. Well, we said we'd just do fish to be honest. And then I just need to have a content browser open. Content browser, textures, tiles, pointy. Not all clearings are going to produce hemp, because some clearings are swamp clearings. Also, I can't see the content browser if I'm not only half open. Okay, so in our list here, we have lake, that makes fish. We have clearing, that makes hemp. We have these ones called dense for forests. I guess we could just say forest makes wood. Yeah, and what we do here is we do values, and then we each through this, and we say, does the input pin string contain, oh sorry, no, keys. We'll loop through the keys. Right. If our texture has the text lake in it, then we look for lake in the key map. We comma separate what lakes can make, and we add it to our desired tags. And then at the end we output the tags, and that goes, and so I'm going to batch process through everything and just apply based on the name. So we have forests can make wood. That's true. Any kind of clearing can make hemp. Any kind of clearing can also make food. Because that would be like the concept of like you put a farm down in that area. So just looking through here, we just have forest, lake, clearing. And then anything with the word mountain can make stone. I think also anything with the word valley can also make sense. Anything with the word wheat can make wheat. Can make what? Can make wheat. Anything... Oh, I'm literally scrolling through these right now. Anything... So we've got ocean. Anything with ocean can make fish. Oh, look at these overlay paths. Those are lovely. Absolutely useless for me, unless I place them down manually, which I'm not going to be able to do. I'm going to try and do those. Yeah, I'm going to try and do them like dynamically. Oh, go back to the Zen. Okay, none of that. Back to the Zen. Hom. So, swamp. Yeah, swamp. Yeah, valley. Most of the valley, in fact, all of the valley has stone. Like everything in the valley is stone. Stone, 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 stone. So that's pretty cool. Add that uniquely. Lake. I didn't do lake. I don't think I did lake. Oh no, lake was literally the first one I did. Alright. I don't think I did lake. Well, so long ago. Sparse. Sparse, yeah. Whatever. Alright, well that seems to be everything. Just compare this against my Figma to just double check. So, as long as we've got the core ones there. Fish. Wood. Hemp and food. Which is cabbage. My cabbages. Wheat. We have the hemp, yeah. Stone. Yeah. Okay, cool. So that's going to tag up the terrains to be highlightable. So if I run the editor utility widget, grab this, and then just auto apply the tags, and go and look at the deck now, I do not have any tags. Didn't work. Apply tags, go through the biome data, go through the tile data, set this to get tags from terrain. Go in, go through the keys, lake, clearing, forest, etc. If it contains the substring, oh, for God's sake. If it contains the substring of this, then find the entire pointer. Like, so this is like the entire pointer to that class. It's like all the slashes and all the folders. It's like find the soft reference to it. It ain't gonna work. Stop it, open it, go back to Desi. Open this. Right, now we get 3 tags in here. This mixed forest clearing is overpowered. It's both a forest and a clearing. I mean, it is a forest and a clearing. I guess what I should do is say you can't be a forest and a clearing. If you're a forest at all, you're not clearing. Because that is the mixed forest. Although I did say I was going to get rid of the mixed forest, to be honest. So maybe I just do that. Maybe I just get rid of the mixed forest. Find asset actions. Asset actions. Reference viewer. Tau. Well, first off, I will. No, I need to find them. I was going to replace it with something else, but it's a bad idea. There's a random list of possible biomes. And I don't know where that list is held. Right here. Just get rid of deciduous. And then asset actions, replace deciduous with meadow. Control Shift S. Editor utility widget. Open the desert. Apply the tags. Open the deck. Check out the tags. Hemp and food. Desert clearing. Yeah, sweet. This one, desert clearing. Yeah, sure. This one, dense desert. Doesn't have any tags. Don't do nothing for nobody. I mean, it's dense. It's got wood. Literally, you could get wood from there if you had a lumberjack. I can't use the word dense to infer wood because Grasslands can be dense. Oceans can be dense. So like everything can be dense, and therefore everything would be able to make wood. Let's go into the biome creator here. Just wasted like 3 hours thinking about how to do this. I could have just started doing it. I see what you're putting down there. It's funny. Been there. Been there. So in here what I want to do is I at least want deserts. So we'll say false, but we'll also ask in particular, does it contain desert? Desert and dense? Or to put an or in here. Or. Oh, right, it goes in there. Let's go look at the deserts. Tiles, desert. So dense, oasis. Oh, oasis. Almost missed one. Dense, sparse. That'll give stone. Yeah, dense or sparse. Okay, so if this is false, we're going to check if it's a desert with dense or sparse. And if it is, we're going to add... So we'll have some unique conditions in here as well, I suppose. Let's look at the desert. Auto apply the tags. Look at the deck. Look at the tags. Hemp food. It's clearing. Here, tags, none. Desert, dense. That's a shame. Why is that? Oh, for frick's sake. Doing my string comparisons incorrectly. Who knew? Who knew my string comparisons could be wrong? Okay, wood. These string comparisons are like the enemy. They always are. I hate them every time someone does them. I'm like, there's a better way of doing that. Like, I'm in such a spin that I need to like just get the resources popping off the bloody things. Okay, cool. So that was one bit. Let's open the EUW underscore biome creator, run it. I've got a problem. The locations are defined in here, and I'm gonna have to define them every single time. So this should really be locations coming from some predefined location somewhere, because locations can be shared. But what I don't want to have to do is put like a location in this one and then go literally to the next asset and be like, oh, it's the same location, I guess I'll define the data again. So I need to change how locations is held, and I might use I could use a data asset, or I could use a data table. Data table's not the worst. Actually, the problem with a data table is like without a plugin, I can't dynamically edit the data table. So if I want to shift select all of the things that I want to be structures, and then put those in by clicking add selected locations, by having them selected in the content browser, it's just not going to work because it's a data table. So we're going to do data assets for the structures. Let's go sort that out. So we've got biome, blueprints, and we're going to just go in here, new folder, structures, blueprint, data primary, DA structure, miscellaneous data asset, DA structure, DA underscore lumberjack. Save that. Come into the structure, variable, name, text, description, icon, I guess. It's just image. Image. We're gonna have image and icon. We'll have a resource icon. Resource icon. Or maybe I'm gonna need to know what the resources look like when they pop off of something. So I go through all of the, when the tick finishes, I go through the structures that exist, and for every structure I create, a little bit staggered, a bunch of resource numbers come out, right? Oh, hey Trevor. Are you still there? Because I'm gonna carry on working if you're not there. Otherwise, I'm gonna answer you. It might be really delayed. I'll happily answer you, Trevor, on YouTube. Yeah, man, rip Trevor. When did he get here? 4 minutes ago? He probably was like, dude doesn't check his chat. I'm there like mid Mind Palace, and this guy's like come in and been like, who's this idiot? Oh, screw this guy, he doesn't even read his chat. I realize I read my chat like once every 10 minutes. And then I have a good time with the chat, have a bit of a break, have a bit of a laugh. Then I get back to my Mind Palace and I think of all of the possible things I could be doing that aren't the thing I'm supposed to be doing. That is always the case. Procrastination, professional. I'm a professional procrastinator. I've literally been putting off this score thing from the beginning, knowing it's like what makes the game. Anyway, thinking about how I was going to do it. Then I get to it and I'm like, yeah, it's a good fucking thing. Right. I'm going to go through all structures that are in my list of known structures. I'm going to stagger, pop numbers off them based off of their number of connected tiles of their resource type. 4, 5, 10, whatever. That resource little icon that pops off with a number next to it, like 10 wood. That's a specific icon related to a resource that I could store in the structure. But it kind of makes more sense to me to say there is also a resource data asset, and this is what it looks like, and this structure points at that resource, and other things can point at that resource as well. So we're just going to duplicate some stuff here. Not that. We're not going to duplicate that. We're going to have here DA underscore resource. We're going to put that in resources. Here we're going to have name, description, and resource icon. We're going to make a miscellaneous data asset DA underscore resource. This is going to do all sorts of things actually. So like DA underscore wood, for example. this resource, it needs a color on the UI. For example, linear color. It needs an exponent, level exponent. For in the UI, when the bar fills, I just want it to say 3, and then the bar fills again, it says 4. But the speed of that 4, 5, 6, 7, that slows down over time. It requires more of the resource, and I'll store the resource values in the game state or something. In the structure, I actually just need resource. DA resource. Oh, DA resource, please. Resource. Cool. So now, if I go to the resource, I look at wood. Coming out says at wood. Don't really care about the description. Just got wood. Okay, log. Sweet. The color for this, we'll just pick it. That color there. So that's the exact color I wanted. I actually don't remember how exponents work, but we're just going to say 10. All the actually we'll just do 1 as the exponent because we don't know what it does and whatever. I did it years ago. I had an exponent for like Starship Troopers. One of the first things I did was like add leveling up. Kills, which probably set it on a bad path to be a bubblegum shooter by adding leveling into it, which was inspired by Destiny because I enjoyed Destiny. Yeah. So now in our lumberjack, what we can do is we can say, hey, you are wood. When I draw the UI for this lumberjack structure, lumberyard, what the hell? It's just a man. You just put this guy down and he's just like, I'm gonna wreck it. The image for this, yeah. Yeah, it's the tavern. It's not gonna, you're not gonna let me do that? You're not gonna let me put the tavern in there? It's an inn. It's not a tavern. It's an inn. Lumberyard produces wood from nearby forests. 1 ring. Yeah, and another thing that we can do in our structure now is also define gathered distance. Because if the gathered distance is 0, then we don't need to run logic to check nearby tiles. So like if I've got a building that is a witch hut, it could have a gather distance of 1, which means if you put this on a tile and then you put another one on this tile, it'll actually find the other tile because we composite the tag of the structure into the tile, and so it will look and it will go, oh yeah, that's also skulls. So now we have 2, and of course this will also trigger its neighbor, and then these will all trigger each other as well. So this selection, each of these will become well, it will be it will never be like that, obviously, because it's a hexagon, but if we had this, all of these would be producing 6 resources because they are both connected and sharing the same thing, and we do a 1 tile check. What did I just do? I think I hid the UI by accident. Keep right clicking, and then when I let go, it just automatically does stuff. But I'm so used to using right click to drag. Anyway, This is the level from the last jam all over again. Yeah, the level that took me the rest of the evening until 6 in the morning. That's what this bit of the jam is. Yeah, this is the bit of the jam that's like, I left the most complex bit till the end. Everything else is done. The game is functioning, and I'll get it in 1 hour before the deadline. And it's currently almost 5 p.m. I was supposed to be done with this by 6 o'clock so that I could spend maybe 3 or 4 hours on polish, cook it, and be done by midnight. That's not the case. I am way far behind, so I spent ages explaining what I'm going to do instead of just doing it. But like we said, stay zen. It's just what it is. It's just what it is. Sometimes I just rage at myself. God damn it, dude, you're an idiot. Okay. Produces wood from nearby forest. 1 ring. Cool. Gather distance 1. Now I can go over to my biome, and I can say that locations, or in this case structures, available structures, are a list of DA structure, and then over in our asset now we have structures. We can clear this. Get selected textures. That's not going to be what we're doing. Get selected assets for each. Cast to structure. I should actually do the same thing I did before. Collapse this to a function. Get selected structures. Just put that here. Return. Promote not to variable but to local variable. L structures. I think you can just right click this to turn it into an array. Add structure array complete. Right. Back in our event graph here, get selected structures. Oh, I already did it. Out structures. If it's not empty, I should have had a tactical power nap at like 12 o'clock. So I ate my lunch in like 15 minutes, and then I was like, I should probably have a tactical power nap to prepare for the next section of my stream, because I'm going to be knackered otherwise. Should have done it. If we're overriding, we're clearing it. If we're not overriding it, then we're just going through this list of structures. Each. What? Sorry, what? Reroute. Each. Cool. And we're gonna not do any of that. Or any of that, or any of that. We will add unique. And then save the asset at the end. Cool. So what I can do now is, say I have a bunch of structures. in this folder, I've defined all my structures. I can just pick them and say add selected to locations, I suppose. Let's kill that. Add selected to locations, and now I've got my lumberyard in there, and then I can go and update all the UI. First I need to make all the structures, so that's just like a bunch of data setup that I need to do. I'm gonna have a break. How long have we got here? It's 4:47. I'm gonna be back in 15 minutes. This room is hot. When I don't think about it, I forget. Oh, well, my fan is off. Fuck's sake. Right. Anyway. The Zen. Usfaba. Usfaba. Wow, access none? What? I wasn't doing anything. Did you see that come up on the side of the screen there? I wasn't even doing any code. What province am I in? I'm in British Columbia. Nice. Yeah, expensive is what it is, and I need to move. I wanted to move back to England because I love the countryside, but apparently the cost of living over there is rocketed because of things like Brexit and other stuff. So yeah, it's a bit rough. This location logic needs to change. I'm gonna disconnect it all for a sec. Do fix that shit. That shit sucks. One of the problems with the terrain logic or the structure logic right now. What made you move here? Jobs. I got a job. They flew me over. Not this job, different job. But basically they were like, wow, you're really good at UI, do you want to work for us? And I was like, be my first real job in the industry. And they were like, yeah, we'll fly you over, we'll make sure you've got somewhere to stay for a bit and then get yourself started. And then I worked there for 7 years, had a kid, was the lead designer of a project that went to console. I wasn't there during the console port, but I was around. I did a bunch of prep work. Anyway, I left that company out of stress and went indie with a friend for a year on a project whose wish lists were 4 years old. So I was there thinking 100,000 wish lists, that's pretty good. And then get towards release day and realize that not only were those wish lists for a game that was 4 years ago a sci-fi game with robots, but also we had a publisher come in, and so my take of the independent project went less, not massively, but enough that it bothered me a bit. And then I was also concerned about the publisher's ability to market, and was like, let's have a look at what their marketing portfolio was like. Let's have a look at their charts, their numbers, their history, their successes and their failures. And I didn't get a chance to look at any of that stuff. So anyway, we went with the publisher, and then the game didn't really shift any copies. So I started looking for work, and then I found a humble, loving family here over at UX is Fine doing technical design, UI, UX, and gameplay. And I get to stream, and I get to train people up. I get to experiment with tech, with game jams. I get to experiment with technical challenges. I get to think about interesting formats and videos that I might do in the future, like the history of some certain UX or UI, or looking into AI as a tool, collabs with people. I get to do loads of cool stuff. So super grateful about this job. Yeah, it all turned out. What was it? Millhouse in the end. All turned out Millhouse, or however it goes. No, I am grateful in the turn of events that happened. I am stuck here in BC, which was the start of this story, but and like I would really like to move somewhere cheaper to live, because I'm just sick of being sort of like hand to mouth. Um, I just hate it. I need to save money to feel like I'm making a success. Everything's coming up Millhouse. Yeah, yeah. I don't hate the location. I hate the cost. Yeah, yeah, but like, I mean, I'm still alive, so I'm kicking. I've got a good job. I'm happy. Um, I'm gonna leave the stream running this time. This is gonna be one of those like 9 hour streams where it's like we're just gonna keep going. Um, I'm gonna have a 15-minute break, eat some food, maybe 20-minute break, but I'll be back and we'll carry on with the resource event UI, which had I kind of knew it was going to have a ton of work involved, which is actually hitting on a couple of other points about polishing up the UI as well, and the tooltips on the structure shop, because we're going to need those tooltips to teach the player what happens. It's going to be good. Can leave on the tunes using it as background music, yeah, for sure. I can even change it to one of the other ones by Dusk, sorry. So this is the music that we're listening to. We've also got Heaven and Mem. I kind of like Mem. This is another one. This music can be used in your streams and for personal projects. You will not get copyright flagged because they made this. Thanks for lending us your eyes and ears. The fact that you took the time out of your day to interact with our projects means everything to Chris. Good friend Chris. Team Dusk. Yeah, it's all like PSX, like Dreamcast, old school kind of music. Yeah, thanks, Chris. I appreciate that there's artists out there that produce stuff that you can listen to on the internet and not be chastised for it. Enjoy the music. Enjoy the music. ASMR. Oh, I see. I see. Actually, I don't see.
You've seen K-pop Demon Hunters. What a film. Cheers. It's an iced coffee. Okay, we got some cool music. I'm actually going to restart this one. Sorry, rewinds. You're going to have to listen to the same stuff again, but I'm really excited to listen to this one. I haven't really listened to this one too much, so we're listening again. What are your thoughts on Timmy's? I know I'm tired because I read that word wrong. What are my thoughts? I was like, what are my thoughts on Timmy's? Timmy's, yeah. I love a good French vanilla. I think Tim's was the first place I had a French vanilla when I came over here, and I was like, God, yeah, this is delicious. So I had a lot of them, and I heard then from a local Canadian who was the guy who brought me over that Tim's used to be a lot better. It used to be a donut place, and then it got like bought out by like conglomerates, you know, corporations or whatever, and turned into like a chain. But Tim's used to be this like sort of boutique donut place, and and then I also heard that it recently got bought by like Trump, and so not to get too political, but now I drink at Waves. That's the end of that story. Not boutique? Yeah, okay, fair enough. There's actually a really nice donut place near me that I haven't been to in years, and it's near this lake. But you have to get on an hour-long bus to get there to the lake. You don't go there for the donut place, but the donut place is a pretty good bonus. I haven't been there because my kid gets sick in travel, and so I'm trying to get my driving license stuff set up, but I can't phone the license places over the weekend because they're all closed. So Monday I get a week off. I got a week off coming up, and I'm going to try and get my I already have a driving license, but like I'm going to try and get it renewed, not renewed, but like my memory refreshed. So I'm going to try and do like nighttime drives, like big up mountain hill drives, rush hour drives, motorway drives, long distance drives. So there's 5 things there: parking in different scenarios, parking, you know, structures, multi-story car parks. So all of those kind of things, I'm going to try and go through all of those. Don't know how it is in the UK, but if you have to deal with anything government here, is sometimes the worst thing you ever have to do. It wasn't too bad for my license because Britain or UK, where I'm from, it was a Commonwealth country, and Canada and Britain are in bed together in that way. So I basically just came over and said I can drive, and they were like, sweet, yeah, here's your license. And actually a lot of things were quite easy when it came to that because I have a British passport. They were just like, oh, cool. Welcome to Canada. I was like, yeah, awesome. I kind of literally escaped just after Brexit. So good for me. I'm gonna do some art for a bit. I'm gonna do some art. I'm gonna take a look at the buildings that we have, and I'm gonna try and come up with like what I think a lumberjack building would look like, and I'm gonna start with this one. In fact, the fact that this is not centered bothers me, because I think there are some centered structures. So I'm going to go look for them. Or not. Yeah, see, these are 800 by 500. I want the ones that are just that are properly aligned. There's so much cool stuff. Like, I want to do PCG with this asset pack. I think I might. Oh, cool. Thorns? Man, this game just keeps on giving. You could make a Don't Starve game with this asset pack. Tall grass that looks like fire. That's cool. I was going to do a loop that was like seasonal loop. You got all these reeds for the lakes and stuff. It'd be so cool. And then you could have them like waving if you had a nice shader on them. There's so much stuff I could do in this game. You got all these location markers for like a mini map. Yeah, I thought that there was locations in these tiles. Also, I forgot, I didn't do jungle. I haven't made a jungle. So I might go back and do that. I also didn't do a city, because I thought the city looked kind of weird. It's not like super clear what it is and like how would you make any resources on it. So I didn't make a tile that was like a city. Here you go, look, overlay location, standard full, right? So these are actually intended to go on the tile. So that's kind of cool. But at the same time, I am literally just producing it right here, so I may as well just do that. So now what I can do is go and open. So I got locations. I thought I went to export the icons, but then sort of decided that I won't do that. But basically I just need to remove this from here, and then I mean really what I need to do is grab all these locations and drop them on here if I can. Let's do some art. Let's just have a chill little half an hour just sorting up. Let's get our ducks in a row. You look at a road in the UK, I'm like, what are those squiggly lines all over the road? It's a good question, I don't actually know. The funny thing about driving is when they ask if you've ever had an incident driving, have you got any marks on your license? Have you got any, etc.? And I'm just like, no, absolutely zero. They don't ask when the last time you drove was. And so for me, the last time I drove was when I passed my test. What the hell's going on here? God damn it. What the frick? So that's all good for the in. I need a version with a pickaxe on it. Alright, we've got this design doc here of what we want to build. So we need the lumber yard, the axe building, the fish building. So this building is mostly going to be to shape language wise is going to be the one that's like for terrain. This is your buddy. This is your terrain bud. Actually no. Let's use let's use the farm. I think the farm is a better option for the other buildings because it doesn't have anything over the middle of this item here, and I could maybe even change the color of these to be different resources. So I need to export a bunch of icons from the game as well. This. I'm going to skip the light tower and just make it a military tower. We actually already have the location icon for that. Should have everything I need. Okay, next up, we're doing okay. Figma. Alright, let's just get started making these. I've got to make the number. Wish I could make these icons bigger. So either, I'm just trying to figure out some shape language. I could just put the icon of whatever the thing is in the corner. So for example, and I could do this through the engine. I could just put this in the corner and the player is, I'm trying to tell the player something, obviously. I wouldn't always put the icon in the corner. Just to try and give you an idea of what resource it's going to create. Which I think is cool. Top right, that could work. For example, the apothecary, this building, it makes this, but it's just in the corner over here, like this. You see this option and you're like, oh cool, yeah, I can make a building that makes these. So that would be pretty cool. And that would save a lot of time, because all I gotta do is export these buildings that are a little bit better aligned for all my use cases. And I've already got all these icons in the game, apart from the chicken, so I just need to export the chicken. Let's export the chicken. File, export, T_chicken. Working files aisle here, put that there. I'm just going to export all these buildings at their slightly better use resolutions. File, export. Just double checking, is there any buildings I came up with? Yeah, so it's going to be like, oh, it's a gem cave, oh, it's an ore cave, oh, it's a mushroom hut. Although in this case, it would be like this, which would still make sense. And then this one would be like that. It's like this thing produces itself. Because I couldn't find an icon. I couldn't find an icon that I wanted to use. I don't know what I would use. A love heart card? No. There's this like mystical stone that's like spiritual and awesome, and there's no item associatable to it. What I wanted was like a rune stone, like a cool chipped kind of rune stone. Which if I had my pen tablet attached, I could maybe just like produce, because this art style is like really neat, like probably quite easy to work with for new assets. Could use a fairy. How many fairies do you have? It's like faith, right? Like if you've ever played Northgard, it's like this produces religion, which is just a Nordic symbol in that game. And I don't have anything that corresponds, which makes me sad. So what I could do is make something. This is one of the only things that I actually need to make. Sorry about all the coughing, I am actually really not great right now. Rasterize layer. What that program that you're using that's saying Project Loop call? What's the program that you're using that says Project Loop called? What's the program called? That's the Project Loop. Are you talking about Unreal Engine? Are you talking about this one? The task tracker? Right. Yeah. It's Microsoft To Do. It's just Microsoft To Do. That's what it's called. It's actually interesting. This is officially the most frequent question I'm ever asked. What is that task tracker? And I'm like, it's shipped with Microsoft Windows. It comes with the operating system. I too spent a little bit of time Googling to try and find a good, lightweight, simple to use OBS streamable task list, and I just decided, like, I wonder what sticky notes is like, and I looked up a sticky notes just on my desktop, and I was like, it's not very good. And then I noticed there was like the to do thing, and I was like, what's that? And I played with it, and I was like, oh yeah, this is great. I can't change the color of it, I can't theme it, I can't make it change like when I add a new task, it doesn't go into the bottom, it goes at the very top, which is like whatever. But yeah, other than that, it's pretty good. We're still on the resource events in UI right now, and we have been for the last 4 hours. Yeah, the Windows sticky notes, man, they're wicked. I have a sticky note that's sat on my desktop for like 2-3 years, I swear you not, that says Metal Gear Solid Hide and Sneak. A co-op game called Hide and Sneak. And then Among Us came out, and then like loads of co-op slot games have come out. Like I always wanted to make co-op games, right? So, but like yeah, Hide and Sneak. I need to do something with this. I'm gonna. Sticky note got leaked. It's probably still on my. It's not on this profile because I'm not on my personal profile. I'm on my work profile, but could have been, man. Yeah, the system's after me. I'm never gonna win. I'm not that kind of person. Will be conspiracy theorist for likes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make a shape. Actually, no, I'm not even going to make a shape. I'm not even going to generate a shape. I'm going to do the old school runestone. I'm going to do the old school like toon runestone. I'm going to steal, without using ChatGPT, I'm just going to steal a design that looks something like this. I'm going to be inspired. I'm going to be artistically inspired by another artist. But I'm not going to auto-generate it. I'm just going to do it myself. Actually, I don't even like that one. Whatever. Like I realized like partway through using it as inspiration that I don't even like it. Basically, the point I was trying to get at there is artists have always stole art from better artists, yet it's against the rules to use a program to do that more effectively. Yet it's perfectly fine to use a program to more effectively produce code. Like every game jam I've been in is like, don't use AI to make art, but you can use it to make code. That's fine. I'm like, I just spent 10 years of my life learning to code to secure myself a job that is now not a very secure job. Yeah, it's fine for us. It's a very divisive topic. I should probably not talk about it too much on streams. It's probably not worth talking about, my opinion. Yeah, what I want to do here is make a new layer and basically just make a slightly lighter tone. Just put that back one. And then of course this is looking like hot garbage now. That's how it goes. Is this the resource that we get? This is maybe the resource that we get when we interact with the cool runestone thing. Maybe I could make it cool by like giving it an outer glow, like a hot blue, low spread, low size. It's a little bit magical. And then this this piece that I've made here is not obvious enough, so I need to just come in and add a little bit more Oh, my music stopped. Cool. So we got this cool little runestone thing. I don't want to go too detailed on it. I mean, you're going to see it about this scale. So what I need to do at least is grab this back plate, gradient radial maybe, color this in like darker basically. I don't know if it's going to be obvious enough in the color. Like it was too soft. The color difference was way too soft. If that's working now. I mean, this thing's going to be like this big. One of those things where it's like, it's good enough. Yeah, sure, whatever. That's it. That's it. I'm not going any further. That's the art. I just made an art. It was inspired by this, but I didn't generate it. So I just need to put that into my icons, which is now T underscore Lorestone. We made a Lorestone. Look at that. Isn't it awesome? I'm gonna increase the opacity of this glow because I think that that's the eye-catching bit from the small resolution. In fact, if I compare it to like literally any of the other icons, so I'll come down here and be like this. If I compare my quick dodgy runestone, so that looks like a potion bottle. This is my crap runestone. With this circle on it. So the major difference that I forgot is that this needs a stroke. Yeah, that'll do. Probably needs to be a thicker. Yeah, like something like that. And then this probably also needs a stroke. If I'm not careful, I'm going to have a stroke. If I'm not careful, someone in my chat is going to have a stroke. It's not funny. My dad and my mom have had strokes. It's in my family. I'm probably going to have one. I think I might have already had one. Who knows? It's it's all good, man. It's all good. Let's just lower the opacity on that. Doesn't even look like a stone anymore. It looked like a stone up close. This is a bottle. This is a stone, I think. Yeah. But is the line too thick? Is that the problem? Oh, it's missing a white outline on the outside. Outer glow, white, normal, full opacity, spread, size, spread. Yeah, look at that. Look at that, man. What's going on? Yeah, I'm just going to ignore that. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Runestone. Question mark. Filling you with rage. They stole your idea. Beautiful just like that. Your sticky note got leaked. Send it. I'm filling... You're filling me with rage right now. Because I'm doing art. Talking about AI. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. Like, we're all in it. We're all in it, man. We're all creatives. We all just want to be creatives. Okay, so that oh right. I need to export every single one of these textures because they were pretty bad. Rune stone. So this is yeah, this is a farm. How? It's like a work building. I'm gonna say that's just a work building. Sometimes it produces wheat, sometimes it produces stone. Maybe I should file export this as locations here. T underscore farmhouse pizza, and then so that's that one, and then this one location we'll call. I used to be able to do Photoshop action scripts where I could basically go down this list and then just batch export them all as T underscore whatever, but I've forgotten how to do it. Location farm. We're going to do location work place. And I'm gonna just desaturate these yellows and maybe paint them a different color. And I'm gonna put some music back on. This time, in my royalty-free music folder, we're gonna go for Heaven. It's by Dusk. And if you look, it says this music can be played on streams and you won't get copyright flagged. So that's just for legal purposes to cover me. I'm just going to show that. So here we go, Control U. And now I can just turn the saturation off. Or I can turn the saturation up. Or just change the color to like... I would have gone brown personally. You're about to contact the lawyers. Yeah, I know. I felt it. I felt the overwhelming sense of imminent legal action. I'm just going to make this one brown. I think brown's a nice color. File, export. So this is just T underscore work place. I don't have another name for it, but it's the one that I'm going to use and color in for literally every different location-based resource. But we have two. We have the brown one and the yellow one. So we've got like food and materials. T underscore witch hut. This is going to take me a hot minute now. If you like, I can announce the name of every single asset as I export them. If that works as good background talk, I will. Yeah, okay. I'll announce every button I press. Export, quick export as PNG. We do like an ASMR stream that's just like. Let me get this up here. Right. Where am I? Okay. 1 second. This is my microphone. Okay. The music kicked in at just the right time. It's perfect. This is way too high, man. I can't even see my PC. God. Right. Okay, we're going back down here. Right. Okay. There we go. Okay. Where the fuck was I? File, export. Export as PNG. I can't see my keyboard. T_windmill. Windmill doesn't even produce anything and it's not on my design. I don't know why I've got windmill here. Why am I exporting the windmill? Use the fucking windmill. No one needs the fucking windmill. Why have I gone windmill? 3 AM, man, yeah. Alright, Depifka, thanks for joining, mate. We'll see you in the next one. I'm going to export a bunch of images so you're not missing much. Check it out tomorrow morning. I might still be awake. I'll probably still be online when you get back up, to be honest. Why are you ASMRing all up in my ears? Do you not enjoy it? Can I not just... I've got to literally export these textures and I need something to keep me occupied while I export these textures. I'll see you next time, Depifka. It was good. I'm glad we got a new friend in there. We're gonna have to call ourselves something. We got a new friend in the arsenal here. Got a new weapon in the arsenal. It's Depifka, and I love him because I've got a good couple of German mates. All right. Got Norby Rothermel. He's a pretty stellar technical director. Timo, German environment artist. Worked with him for a bit. He was pretty cool. He moved back to Germany and got I say he got fired, but no, mate. No, no. Good night. Okay, so we don't have a windmill. But I know that we like the windmill. So the windmill is going to produce something and we'll decide what it produces later. I might be too close to my microphone for talking that loud. Okay, we're going to do some ASMR now. I'm going to talk quietly for a moment. I'm going to export every single one of these assets. File, export, quick export as PNG. T_windmill. Exported the windmill. Happy little windmill. Happy little windmill. File, export, T_waterfall. Happy little waterfall. File, export. I prefer it so that on OBS your mic is just in the red. It's just in the red actually. It's just touching. Just if I make oop, there it is. Perfect. Yeah, might just move this away a bit. There we go. Let's go back to here. Let's keep it. Happy little mic peaks. Happy little crackles. Happy just. Actually, well, I don't know what happens when it goes into the red, but I do keep my eye on it. Because someone told me that like music should be around 30, -30. And your audio should just be going into the yellow. So that's what I'd try to do. I can't be bothered to rename every single one of these, so I'm just gonna find them and then actually no, we'll do T_village. We're gonna do this right. This has got to be a little bit bigger. I think OBS must compress it a bit because it doesn't blow out my speakers. Yeah. T_tower. Export. T_tents. That was pretty intense. T_tent. That one's not intense. That one's just a tent. This one is a broken ship that is shipwreck. File, export, T_ship. In fact, if I have the ship and I have a fish, is that going to look good like that? Or does this ship need to be shrunk down just a little bit? I don't know. File, export, ship. Is that all of the structures? That can't be all of the structures. No, it's not. I'm only halfway. Wonderful. We're only halfway. Just another half to go. T_runes. Did I make a stupid joke? Do I ever? T_apothecary. I never make stupid jokes. You're a stupid joke. The worst is eggs. Eggs. You made me lose my cool, man. Cave. Circus. No, it's a military tent, but it looks like a circus tent. Oh, it's a lighthouse. I called it a signal tower because Lord of the Rings, I guess. If I do make an RPG out of this game, this is where you start the game. Insulting ASMR, yeah. Hey, you're worthless and nobody likes you. Have a good day. Your last commit broke the build. Don't forget to update Jira. Stop pushing to production. Yeah. Did you even press play? Did you press play today? Or did you just commit it? Did you follow the Perforce commit steps? And build blueprints? And check redirectors? This is another cave. Cave 2, I guess. guess the other one was like dungeon? Oh, it was a mine. It was a mine. Okay, we're gonna go change it. I'm gonna go bloody change it. It's gonna go burger. That's a mine, obviously. That's a cave, right? Cool. File. Export. Fort. T_fort. This is a dungeon? This is a dungeon. And they call it a mine. Whoa. That turned into a ghost at the end of that. This one is a bigger house. This one is a T_city house. I'm just going to call it house medium. We have city and house 2. Okay, wait. We have village, a house. Yeah, this is just gonna be house 2. Sure. This one, file export. Oops. File export as T_city. This is a chapel. File export as T_chapel. File export T_castle. Your naming conventions are in shape. Yeah, right. House 2. But what about house 1? There was never a house 1. This bridge, man. This bridge does nothing in the game. Occasionally you get stuff that does nothing in your pool. This I keep using as a scarecrow on the wheat fields, and it feels great. T_scarecrow. It says it's a battlefield. I'm gonna call it what it was. T_battlefield. Okay, save, close, save. Probably gonna have a break at some point, so I'm just gonna make an 8th version of this. File, export as Game Jams, working, streaming, number 8. Okay, now I really need to move this microphone out of my face because it's really fucking annoying. Right. To this thing. Seriously messed this up. Bear with me. Okay, that should be it. Right, it's kind of out on my face. Okay, we're back. We're back to being at a normal position, and we're no longer talking ASMR Gooner. Okay. So much ASMR that I've seen in passing and not through personal experience because I don't watch ASMR, is like people whispering in your ear and like just making disgusting sounds and all sorts of stuff. Or like, I know it's supposed to trigger like the audio sensory meridian response, but like some of them are like you know, people giving massages, you know, above the table massages, stuff like that, and I'm just like, I don't get it. I mean, I do get it. It's satisfying audio stimulation, I suppose. Okay. As we see, I'm not an artist, and when I go and do art, I get really creative. and the stream just turns into absolute garbage. So now that we're back to doing code, we can become more serious and take this job, be a bit more of a professional. So we've imported our own artwork, so we're going to put it in our own folder, and we're going to call this, actually we have a structure in Blueprints, a file in here called structures. Let's just import our structures into here. So we've got our locations, and we prefixed with T for texture because we're professionals. So we can import all of those. Asset actions, right, paper 2D settings, save all of those. That's going to be our new series of textures for the structures. Back here we have our resources. Let's import the one resource that we didn't have. Import working icons. Chicken. Oh, and we also made a rune stone. So let's bring that in. It looks, ignore how it looks. Thank me later. Okay. So now is just the process of making all of them, making all the resources, right? Well, let's do the resources first, is what I'm trying to say. I know what I'm trying to say. Okay. Okay, wood. Wood. Food. Wheat. Stone. Fish. Hemp. I should have made a custom building for the hemp one. Yeah, that has a little symbol on it, you know, there's some treasure. Military. It's the military resource. Beer. Chickens. One of the resources, chickens. Potions. Or I could say potion red and potion blue. Because we're going to have two different apothecaries, one for red potions and one for blue potions. If you get to the end of the game and you have one of each, you get a special achievement. There is water, and it comes from a waterfall, so you can't, and I think it links to, if you have a waterfall, all of your oceans proc the waterfall, which is pretty cool. Runes. Mushrooms. Gems. Minerals. Okay, that's all of our resources. Let's make our structures. Lumberyard. Mining guild. Apothecary red. Apothecary blue. Castle. House 1. House 2. City. I don't even know what I call this thing. I don't know what I don't even know what it's called. I need to ask my junior designer. I have a fishing hook, a lumberyard, mining guild, farmhouse, and an unnamed building which produces bushes of grass or twine or something. What could I call it? Medieval world building game. Open to suggestions from chat too. The grass mill. A mill. A mill. Could just be a mill. That doesn't make sense because we're not milling it. A bushel house. A spindle nook. The spindlery. I'm going to call it the grass mill. DA_grass mill. What? I can't call it grass mill? Okay. Okay. You know, there's one resource I didn't make. Oh, it's treasure, wasn't it, actually? HGP2 all the time. 35 GWHR to generate grass mill. What a world we live in. $35 gigawatts an hour to generate the word grass mill. I can't control yeah, I mean, I like to hope that energy is coming from renewable sources is all I'm saying. Because if it ain't, then we're about to destroy the world. Like, man, GPT-5 is going to change the world. Yeah, it's going to produce all the fossil fuels. This bit of data input takes a while in the format that I've decided to do it. So that's on me. Originally it was really fast. If you were here when I made the biomes originally, I basically just went in and I just like rammed it all in. It was wicked. It was super fast. I just like batch selected, threw it in there. It was super good. I'm going to do one task at a time because I think it's going to be quicker. So we're going to do the pictures first. DA_structure. That must be the default one. What you call it, like military in games where it's like, oh, you've got not might, but it is kind of might. It's like military influence, maybe. We'll call it influence. Produces military influence. No, military control, military. We'll just call it produces military units. But you basically just have a circle that's a sword that just fills up. It doesn't do anything right now. Produces military units, whatever. And we'll just change this to military. So we go through this. I'm going to try and basically start filling this data out. So watchtower produces units, military, village. produces population. I didn't make the population resource. BA underscore population. Population. Yeah, so now this village can make population. Village produces population. So do tents, lighthouses. Probably not lighthouses, but chapels, houses, cities, bridges, cave, castle, camp, bridge, castle, cave, port. So, yeah, all of this reduces population. Cool thing about it is with the bridge, because the bridge produces population, if there's water and the bridge goes over the water, it connects two places that could potentially have population. Anyway, whatever. It's just like theoretical rubbish. Battlefield. Castle. Fort. I mean, the military tower already does this. Where is it? Watchtower. Produces military units. Battlefield, castle, fort. Yeah, did that. Tavern. I was right there. I always put my eggs near the lakes. By the way, I saw that sometimes you create gameplay loops and UI from other games. I think it would be cool to see if you could recreate that. Why don't I recognize that? KCD. I don't recognize that. Produces treasure. Well plundered. Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah, immersive sims. For sure. If you've seen Gods, the video game, Guards with an exclamation mark, first person immersive sim, I built the foundations for that. Produces treasure when plundered, and so the idea was it was like a Jang immersive sim. It was alright. It's pretty cool. Mycelia, are you there? If I have a red potion shop building and a blue potion building and the word apothecary in mind, and I want to differentiate the names at least between the red and the blue one, it's like, any suggestions? It seems like something in your wheelhouse. I have apothecary red and apothecary blue, and I don't want to call them apothecary red and apothecary blue. Apothecaries typically, I feel like, in a medieval setting would be the one with the healing, so he'd be the red one. So I could have an apothecary and it could be the red one. But then I have the blue one, which is like the special potions and poisons and stuff. So it's like the Healy apothecary place and then the other place that's a little bit more sinister and magic-y and different. Alchemist, thank you. Alchemist. Chemist. Man, if I had a job in those ages, I would love to have been an alchemist. That would just be so cool. Apothecary. Maybe not an apothecary, because there'd be a lot more death involved, but the alchemist, like, he just makes bombs. He can make poisons and potions and stuff. He can mix things together. He's kind of like a crazy guy. Or a tinkerer of some kind. If I was playing D&D, a herbalist, that work. I don't have a herbalist building, but you've made me want to make one. DA underscore herbalist. And then in the resources, DA underscore herbs. And if I open this up, I can just go and find herb. We have these herbs here. We can just pick this from the herbs list. Call this herbs. And then I can go to my structures, to my new herbalist that I've just made. Wherever I lost it now. I've lost it. Herbalist. This one produces herbs. Herbalist. Produces herbs from nearby clearings. And it's the there's a cool building in here. This apothecary building here. Bam. And that's how easy it is now to make a building that will just like work across the system. That's That's what I've been building towards, is like a nice system where it's like, oh, you want to define a new thing, cool, that's how you do that. Easy. Right, water. I still need to set up the waterfall there. Not done yet. I actually didn't make a structure for the waterfall. DA_waterfall. The hell did it go? Shout it out loud. Yeah, please. I would love them. I should probably finish up setting up all these textures and then come and have a break. Do that one at the end. Oh, actually, military. I said I was just going to use a sword. But I could use little people instead. Population. We can also use little people. Potion blue. Potion red. Runes. Oh, we already set it up. Stone. I'll DM you my postal. Oh, right, yeah. Chicken. Boosted. Just like a bunch of noodles. Bunch of noodles in the mail. Minerals. Hemp. Yeah, cool. Stone. Sweet. Treasure. And ironically, fish and water are exactly the same color. We aren't having Mr. Noodles, are we? It is Mr. Noodles. How did you know? Ah, that's amazing. Funny. Dude. Trying to get it so that all these colors aren't the same, like. Like red or gold. The problem is he's used like a palette, obviously, and like most of my assets end up having the same color. It's gonna have to do. Right, the icon's the main thing that you're looking at anyway. Maybe I uniform the bars. Maybe then life will be a bit easier. Keep the console browser open. EUW_editor biome creator. Hit play on that. Desert. And then what I do now, this is the hope. I go to my structures, DA not structure. I guess I have to have DA structure. It'd be better if this was called data. DA underscore. Now we have all these structures. I'd love if I could see it in a list. These are all the structures in the game. Cool. These are all the structures in the game. And now it's just deciding what the desert has. So I know that the desert has tents, watchtowers, waterfalls, shipwrecks, ruins. Let's pick an. It used to be 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I used to have 10 items per location. Gravestone. One. How many have I got now? 7. There are oases in the desert. Also, you can use wood, so I should have the lumberyard. It's 9. And the nest, because deserts have lost creatures. So then you just press add selected to locations. You get 10 entries. You go down to the next one, hills. What do we want to show in the hills? So the hills are going to have clearings. The nest works off clearings. We'll have little houses in the hills. Bridges. We can have a red apothecary. No, we'll have a blue one. Chapel. It's in England. There used to be churches in the middle of nowhere. Farmhouse. Fishing huts. Or herbalists. We'll also have stone there, so we could have the mining guild. Should always have the lumberyard. Runes. Quarries. We're on to 13, so we should probably cap it max 15. Watchtower. Windmill. Meadows. Similar, but no quarry. Instead, it's a grass mill. I think everything should probably have the bridge as an option, but we'll see how it goes. Cave or dungeon, yeah. Let's get rid of some stuff. start this from scratch, right? So we'll grab the cave and the dungeon for the meadows. We'll definitely grab the herbalist because it's a meadow. It's literally alphabetical order. The grass mill, fishing, farm, chapel. So that's 7. Should probably at least have a type of house. There are going to be water animals and things like that. Runes, definitely always in the green places. Go with that for now. Add that to locations. Cool. Let's go. Oh, need to override it. Add to locations. Did I do that? No. Cool. Hills, meadows. That one's looking good. Countryside, oak. All right. So oak forest. Obviously a lumberyard. There's always castles out in the oak forests in England, at least. We'll do a battlefield. Do lighthouses, military tents. Do a. Where's the fort? We'll do the fort. Basically do all the military things. Watchtower. We'll have a tavern. And the reason there were a lot of taverns is because there was a lot of people at war. Like, literally for the king, and then it's like, well, what makes people happy? Beer. At least that's my excuse. I'm not going to put the fishing hut on the ocean. I want you to have to place it on another biome and get it connected to the ocean. So you never get a fishing hut in the ocean, but like to get all the water of the ocean as score to the fishing hut, you have to put a fishing hut somewhere on another island. That'll be pretty cool. farmhouse makes wheat, and I think I put the farmhouse on one of the other areas that doesn't have that. Lumberyard, mining. We'll do, what's the rare resource we can do here? Runes. Do beer again. I want to keep it quite tame on there. Let's go like that. Plains, cool. Swamp, right, this will be fine. Witch hut. Shipwreck. We'll have ruins. We can have a quarry. We can have animals. Let's do the mushroom hut. Gravestone. Dungeon. Battlefield. Herbalist. We'll do the herbalist in there. Hello? Huh? Oh yeah, I'll come down in a minute. Yeah. That'll be it. That'll be it for there. Add to selected locations. Then we've got Valley. Right, so Valley, obviously, we're going to have mining, minerals, gems. We'll have already got caves, so why would you need that? I mean, cave would be cool, sure. Dungeons. Put waterfall in there. Watchtowers. Do the lighthouse as well. Be any trees there, so we don't need that farmhouse. Not going to be anything for that. Gravestone. Door. What could we have in there? Animals, I guess. Add selected locations. And then we've got another location that I never actually built. So like DA_jungle. We never actually did the jungle. So add selected to start tiles. Start tiles are probably fine. It's just whatever the start tiles are right now. We haven't actually got anything for it. But we can go into the deck. And if we go to our tiles and we type in pointy jungle, and then literally just grab everything in this folder and then just say add selected to deck, we end up with like all the jungle stuff in here. And then auto apply tags, so now we've got like hemp, food, wood in this jungle forest clearing, because it's a jungle forest clearing, so it has trees, it has a clearing for wood. Sorry, it has a forest for wood, a clearing for hemp, and what else has it got? Hemp, clearing, wood. Yeah, food is also for clearings, like farmhouses use that for food. I don't know what I'm supposed to be making wheat from. I've got these resources. I've got wheat, reference viewer. It comes from the farmhouse. So what makes food? Where's food? So what makes food? Literally nothing. Reference viewer. Farmhouse. We're gonna rename this to wheat mill. And then we'll have our farmhouse here. And then if we go to our biome for plains and double check our structures, we got the wheat mill here. Let's find reference viewer, and we can see where the wheat mill is used. So we can say it's used in the hills, which we don't want, and it's used in the meadow, which we don't want. So the meadow and the hills are meant for food, not for wheat. So this is the farmhouse, and this is also the farmhouse. And we could also grow food in other places. So like, where else can we grow? Essentially it's a cabbage icon. So like, this is all the stuff that we've got now. We've got lumber yards, our farmhouses, our wheat mills, we've got our mining stations. I need to maybe put more mining down, but we'll see how the game goes. As long as I get all of them, I'm happy. Like, you'll see all these loops going on screen. I need to organize the rare resources a little bit more, so I can basically look at these 4 resources, find out what produces them, take a look at who has them in their biomes, and make sure that like certain biomes make gems, certain biomes make minerals, certain biomes make mushrooms. So basically this is from the swamp, and this is from the valley, maybe, and this is from like the ocean, and this is from some of the forests. Something like that basically is what I want to go for. And then so we have all these now. If I make sure in BP town we have this function here, I just need to make sure that it includes jungle. So when we hit play, it might break it a little bit. Yeah, so we're not getting our buildings right now, which means we can't move forward. I'm gonna take a long break. I could kill the stream. I guess now's a good time to kill the stream for an hour and have like a real break, eat some dinner, watch some TV. Because when I get back, I'm gonna hook this score system up and then basically stay up all night until the morning to do the game jam. So I'm gonna log off for a bit. If you're interested, I'll be back in about an hour. No, again? Yeah, so this is really close. This code is really close. I've just got to get it to apply the tags to the ground, to find the nearby items with the tags and stuff, and that's going to take me like 2 hours, I reckon. And so if I take a break now for an hour, 8 p.m, by 10 p.m, I'll have like, finally, again, like we've already got the core for the game. Like, we could put the game up now and it's got loops. I could add the UI that's like the spinners and stuff and be like, cool, but it doesn't have any resources. It's not very fun. So we're trying to do this extra layer. I want to get that extra layer in. Probably going to take about 2 hours, 10 p.m. That's when I'll cook it as like the build and make the Steam page tonight, ideally, and submit it and be like, that's the game. Go eat your Mr. Noodles. Yeah, they're going to be mushy. Of course they're going to be mushy. They're meant to be mushy, aren't they? Aren't they? They've always been mushy. Like British sprouts. Or broccoli. Isn't everything boiled? Isn't everything boiled? You don't boil your potatoes? You don't boil your beef? You don't boil your chickens? You just boiled everything. No, I'm joking. The best sprouts are grilled sprouts. What do I call that? It's an aubergine. That's a penis. It's an eggplant. Yeah. Fired. When people like join your stream and they say like, oh, you've gained a subscriber, like, I've subscribed. This is the opposite. Unsubscribe. Right, I'll be back in an hour. if you guys want to hang out and watch me do sort of the end of the game, fix the bit that's now broken. We've got the core loop, and we've got like the ending, we've got the start UI, we've got the end UI, we've got like everything in between. I've just refactored this, so this is broken. But yeah, if you want to come back and watch the finale where all the buildings are like procking off, and hopefully, at least, that's going to be the case. And I'm going to go eat my soggy Mr. Noodles. See you in a bit.
Thank you.